Want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Coming up on this special New Year's episode,
we're going to talk about New Year's resolutions and maybe tell you what we think of them.
As well, I'll be sharing my cinema review of Very Harold and Kumar Christmas.
And for what gets me going, I'm going to talk about dirty business.
And as well, we'll be having part 2 with pyrographist Chris Burns. We'll be talking about medicinal use as well as using cannabis in the creative process.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane. I am the doobie.
And this is our last episode of 2021.
Oh, you had me worried. I was like, wait, what? Last episode?
I didn't want to tell you, but I've been thinking about shutting down this thing for quite a while now.
Well, 2022, the doobie.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the newbie.
No, it'll be just the doobie.
You're going to keep
You're
going?
quitting.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought you were leaving. We need to have better communication. Thank you for everybody who has been tuning in. We launched this podcast on April...
Come on.
20th.
How
420.
dare you.
Bam. I've learned a lot on this show. But we're going to talk more about kind of how the last year has gone on our next episode as we kind of start off 2022, kind of looking back on 2021. This one here, we wanted to actually look forward.
Yes.
It's kind of going backwards or forwards, depending on how you wanted to look at it.
Well, we don't like to do things the traditional way, so we like to shake things up.
Absolutely.
Everybody at the end of the year is looking back. No, they're looking forward, right? Towards 2022.
That's what we're doing too.
Oh, wait.
We're not as unique as we think we are. Hey, you look really good today, by the way.
Thank you.
This is our...
I did my face.
This is our New Year's attire. This is if we were going to a New Year's party.
You know, my favorite thing about this dress is that I feel like
chicken tonight.
A fairy. Actually, we are having chicken tonight.
Yeah.
I feel like a fairy, and I say that with all the love in the world to all you fairies. I don't mean it negatively. I mean it wonderfully, because I leave sparkles everywhere in this dress.
Yeah, you didn't even have that dress on, but you showed a picture today.
I don't know what happened. I haven't touched sparkles in days, and yet somehow I just thought to look down at my food, because generally I don't look at my food before I ingest it. I just eat it, right? And something was shining at me, and I thought, that's an awfully funny poppy seed. Not a poppy seed. It was a sparkle.
There was literally a sparkle on her bagel.
Yeah.
I've seen her use cannabis on her bagels, but I had never seen a sparkle show up. But things show up in weird places around here. Like, seriously, like in the bed, in the fold of a blanket at any given time.
That's normal.
Oh, look, it's a lighter. Oh, look, it's a joint. What?
That's my favorite. When I pull out my weed box and I go to roll a joint, I'm like, hey, I didn't smoke that last joint I rolled.
Well, as we look forward into 2022, people are going to be having New Year's resolutions. Mm-hmm. And we've talked a lot about New Year's resolutions because we've gone through New Year's a few times now with each other. And I think both of us have a very similar perception of them. But if I say New Year's resolutions to you, what do you think about? How do you perceive them? Do you do them?
Oh, when I hear New Year's resolutions, all I think of are people who committed to losing weight, to eating better. You know, I'm going to exercise more. They went and they got a gym membership. I feel like I just associate it with failure because all of these people end up failing come February because they made this resolution on a day that somebody else said, you must make this resolution. it's a forced resolution. So I feel like it goes hand in hand with failure, because it's like quitting smoking. If you say to yourself, I'm going to try and quit smoking, fail right away, fail. You just said, I'm going to try and quit smoking. Therefore, you are not choosing to quit. You're not choosing
You're just
the
choosing
date.
to try.
You're choosing to try. The reality is, if you're going to choose to quit, you're going to say, I am quitting smoking.
Well, no, that's
Or
very.
I'm choosing to quit smoking.
I like your theory on that chosen date thing, because how many times, say, middle of November, someone's like, you know what? They stand on the scale and they're like, what have I done to myself? And people have been talking about pandemic weight and all this stuff.
They're going to look at the calendar and go,
And they're gonna
it's almost New Year's.
Exactly.
So I might as well just eat the cake
I might as well just
and
load
get
up.
super fat until December 31st.
And why do I want to go on it now? Because
it's almost
Christmas is coming up.
Oh, the cakes and the cookies and the...
But that would go into what you're saying about the thing of going, well, do you actually want, like were you that horrified to want to make yourself healthier if you're willing to still wait 6 more weeks just so you can load up at Christmas one more time? It's like, how horrified were you, and how really bad did you want to make that change?
Well, see, that's why, like, personally, I believe in daily resolutions. I know I said that to you earlier this morning. I was like, we believe in day one. Every day you are given a new chance to create the life that you want today, tomorrow. And it's a domino effect. What you do today affects tomorrow. Like, I for some reason, I don't know why, but I ended up doing a lot of fishing. Okay, I'll be honest. I met a boy and he liked fishing. So I did a lot of fishing.
It wasn't me.
No.
I hate fishing.
Well, you do like boats, though.
I like boats.
Yes.
I like the boat life.
Yes.
In fact, when I used to go fishing with people because it was the thing to do or whatever, I wouldn't put anything on my hook. So I would sit there and look like I was fishing, and people would laugh at me and go, you caught nothing all day. And inside I was like, yes, but I got a nice relaxing day on the boat.
Yeah. So it wasn't Timmy.
No.
But that's funny. But I actually did start having a problem with my butt. Something about my sciatica and sitting for extended periods of time. So that was July. If I had waited from July till the end of December to actually do something, to get off my butt and do something about it, I tell you what, I wouldn't be in the shape I am today.
You're in good shape.
Thank you.
We also talk about the fact that there's always more work to be done, and that more work to be done is done on a day-to-day basis. I used to make New Year's resolutions, and quite honestly, I had a lot of plans for 2020. It wasn't necessarily a New Year's resolution, but 2020.
We all did. That was like the year.
Yeah, because
it was going to be 420 all April long. We were like,
crazy
party!
Thing. And then people thought, okay, you know what? 2020 is done. 2021 is going to be my year, and things kind of continued. And people are now worried that that's going to carry in. But there are things that I want to do in 2022 that I feel that I need to do. And quite honestly, if you are interested in that, because this is a debate too, and I've been thinking really hard on this, is some people will tell you, don't tell people your goals and your resolutions. That way, if you fail, no one sees it. And, just let them see the outcome, because there's so many haters out there. So you'll get more people trying to stop you from that success, because if you succeed, then they might feel guilty for not succeeding. Then there are other people who say, no, make it very clear what your goals are and what your things are, and make it accountable to other people. What are your thoughts on that? Because I have some things that I think I want to make very public come the new year. Things I've already been processing now, things I've already started to implement. So it's not necessarily that I'm starting in January, but in terms of the public bringing in the fans, friends, family, and having them go on this journey of these things, should I make that public or should I keep it quiet?
I guess that would depend on what the thing is that you're going to do. Like, as you were just talking about it. I was like, hey, I would love to try something new every single day for the rest of, for all of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
2022. So I don't even remember what year it is.
That's a good
because
goal.
blah, blah.
To try
and
something
that could
new
be
every day.
trying new foods, because as Timmy can attest, I literally, everything is basic, plain. I can't order off a menu unless there's a photo, because then I can see what it is.
So are you officially making that public, or is it you just saying this is something I would like to do? Like, would you make that public?
If I had enough ideas, I probably would make it public, and if the public could help me in choosing some of the things that I could try, obviously I would be documenting each and every one of these new experiences. But if the experience was to participate in an orgy, I wouldn't want the public to know or have
Just crossing that
like
off the public
video
list.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, obviously if I'm going to record these things, I want to be able to put them out. So feel free to send in your suggestions, and the newbie and I the newbie and I will go through the list. And 366. Is there a leap year? Is it a leap year next year? Why not? You know what? 366, because I will double up on one of those days.
I think that I'm going to make my goals public.
What did you just make me do? I'm sitting here going, what did I just do?
Yeah, I think I'm going to make my goals public. And so be sure to be following us on our individual social medias. I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle, Mary Jane Baker. And because I think we're gonna have some interesting stuff going forward. There are things though that
your eyes look different. You look very intent right now. Like, he's very intense.
No, I've been thinking a lot about this because COVID, I said the C word, I apologize. The pandemic, whatever you want to say, it shined a lot of light on the way I ran my business and
your life
and my life and just different things. And there was a whole lot where I sat there and said, you know what? Like, a lot of people have blamed the pandemic for certain things. So they say, oh, look how much weight I've gained because of the pandemic, or look at my business failed because of the pandemic.
Honestly, you can blame anything for everything and everything for anything, because it's not what happens to you. It's how you deal with what happens.
That's correct. Yeah. And I don't want to play the victim. And I've realized that I didn't set up my business, my financial world, in any way to prepare for this. And you might say, well, how can you prepare for a pandemic? Oh no, there are ways to prepare financially for stuff like that. There are health-wise and patterns in my life that I got lazy with over the last few years because of going, oh, this thing's taking so long, and I kind of got off of my momentum. And so I just really see, and I think I want to bring the public in, because I think the reason why most people don't tell their goals and their things is not because of a high thing of going, well, I'm just going to show them when it's done. It's some sort of like high moral standard. It's like, no. I don't want to tell anybody, because I don't want to let them know that if I fail. Because if I fail, that's embarrassing. And I've taught, to my kids and to others, and you and I have talked a lot about that. I believe that the only failure in life is if you never fail, because that means you've never tried. And so I think I'm prepared to reveal the things that I've been working on. So it's not a New Year's resolution. It's not that I'm starting January 1st, but I will be bringing the public in to that personal journey. But it's stuff that I've been processing for months.
I just want to say that you guys have no idea how huge that is, because Timmy, as much as you see his posts online and whatever, he is very, like, there is a lot of him that he doesn't share. So the fact that he's bringing you guys in, I'm excited. I can't wait to see.
Yeah, well, you don't actually know kind of how I've been playing it out.
I have no idea. That's why I said I can see it in your eyes, and I don't know exactly what is going on, but This is huge.
Here's the thing that bothers me. Here's the thing that bothers me, though.
About me?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
You're so cute. Oh, no.
Except when I find a lighter just in my fold of my pillow as I go to lie down. I bothered by the fact. So part of me, though, the perfectionist side of me, and we've talked a lot about this, about how you can't wait until you have everything in place to do something. And when we started this podcast, the podcast has been evolving along the way, and new things have been happening, and we've tried to.
I don't think we have everything.
No, we're
still
working on it. So thank you for watching, and we're still analyzing and figuring out, but we didn't wait. And I did that with my tour and stepping into stand-up comedy and all these things. And this goal of self-improvement that I want to make a public journey is something that it's like, oh, well, how should I structure it? I got to make sure I have, what are the elements I want to have in place so that I can show the public this product. And it's like, no, Timmy, just do it and let them follow along your journey, because it will give you accountability, but hopefully it will encourage people as well. So that's another reason why I think making your goals public is as much as there might be people who will want to stop you, there will be others who may be encouraged and want to follow you along. And this might be something that I do that is just, I don't have it all in place. I just want to have people follow along.
That's funny. As I'm thinking, I'm getting excited now, because not just about your thing. I'm super excited about your thing. But I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be doing like a bunch of random weird things that I'm so not used to, and I'm going to be out of my comfort zone, and you guys are going to end up with this footage that is either going to be hilarious because I tried eating something that I didn't like, and that in itself will just be comical, or I'm going to end up finding a bunch of new things that I do like, whether it's food. I keep coming back to food because, like I said, I'm very plain. But, like, honestly, give me other ideas. Like, I've never bungee jumped. I've never skydived.
Well, I've done both.
Never skinny dipped. I've never, like, there are so many things that I feel like I was 24 the first time I ever jumped in a pile of leaves. 24. I was 27 the first time I climbed a tree. So, very sheltered life. Please send me.
I was 27 the first time I had sex.
Well, that is true. I got you beat
and
there.
28 the first time I had broccoli. So
Ew.
it's
broccoli.
show me the steps of growth there. So follow that along. So that is our thing, and obviously with this show, we have no goals, New Year's resolutions on this show, other than to take it week by week and continue to produce something that we find both entertaining and educational.
I just keep searching for words of the week, and Strain's going to, I already do that one.
Well, that's the thing too, because you said one of the reasons why we don't put together these goals and want to make them public is sometimes we figure, well, I don't have enough to find a new thing every day for a year. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to do that. Or like when we started this podcast, things like, I'm not going to have enough what gets me goings, which we're going to have today. I'm not going to have enough words of the week. Yeah. How are we going to come up with enough ideas to do a weekly podcast? And it's amazing how much stuff is out there in this world, how much information, how much entertainment opportunities there are. And you really just got to take it day by day and set out with a goal. And if you don't meet the goal, guess what? At least you strive for the goal. And one thing that we've talked about too, here's this little thing. If you have a 5-year goal, ask yourself what your 5-year goal is. And then challenge yourself to accomplish that in 6 months.
He's so funny. He's like, take this and try and accomplish it like this. I do similar idea, except it's like 5 years in 1 year.
Okay, 5 years in 1 year.
Because after that 1 year, you're still a hell of a lot closer than you would have been if you waited 5 years.
Well, that's the same with 5 years down to 6 months.
Oh my God, that's
right.
Too fast.
But it should scare you. The resolutions and goals should. If you are comfortable with the goal you have set out, then it's not really pushing you. So if you say, I think I could possibly really challenge myself to do 5 years in 1 year, and go, yeah, that seems good. I think that's reasonable. If I say I want to do 5-year goal in 6 months, and you go, whoa, I'm sitting there saying, maybe that's the magic number. Because the moment you feel uncomfortable, that's when you're actually pushing yourself as a human being.
Okay, you got me there.
All right. So, are you ready to get this show rolling?
Oh, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it. Well, it is time for another cinema review.
Ooh, cinema.
For those of you who aren't aware, Mary Jane has been making me sit down to watch stoner classics, or at least movies that would fall within a genre that stoners would appreciate. Would that be a good way to say it?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
And because of my background in the church, I have called this segment Sin Review, as I review sinful movies.
Sinfully
about
delightful.
cannabis. All right, so here we go. So a little while ago, I did a cinema review on Harold and Kumar Visit Guantanamo Bay.
Yep, number 2.
Yeah, it did not get a favorable review. You can go back and check that one.
Kumar.
However, this one definitely changed my opinion. And we will be doing the first Harold and Kumar. And you might be saying, well, why are we doing them out of order? Just based on themes. When I first did it, it was like that one fell on Freedom Day. So we thought that was a good one to do Freedom Day. And then this one was Christmas season. And so anyways,
Why
that's
do you have
why.
to explain it? You just have to say, why not?
Why not? Okay, fine. Here we go. Cinema review. A very Harold and Kumar Christmas. Came out in 2011, 10 years ago. Wow. This was a 3D movie. I did not see it in 3D, and it didn't matter. But in honor of the 3D experience, here are 3 things that clearly stood out to me.
That's avatorted.
Even without wearing blue and red glasses. Number 1, do not expose Harold and Kumar to bright lights. Do not get them wet. Do not feed them after midnight. And there are 3 more things that stood out. Number 1, do not, no matter how big the reunion is, how mysterious the gift seems to be, how angry you are at the gift, the reunee, or how the reunee reacts to receiving the gift, do not, I repeat, do not throw a lit, massive super joint out a living room window into the breezy winter evening air when you have a monumentally important and perfectly decorated Christmas tree on which your marriage and life may hinge sitting in front of an adjacent window. It seems obvious, but don't do it. Unless throwing that out the window is actually the way to start a crazy journey which restores your relationship with a best friend, helps you find yourself, and sets new boundaries in your marriage. Then definitely do it. Number 2, never underestimate Neil Patrick Harris.
NPH.
This gift to humanity, of which the suit up.
Love it.
This gift to humanity not only possesses a jawline matched only by Ryan Seacrest, Brad Pitt, and Xena, but he can sing, dance, and act. In fact, give NPH an Oscar for his role in A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas. The world hadn't seen this level of layered acting since Robert Downey Jr.'s spin at Kirk Lazarus in 2008's Tropic Thunder. He was an American white man playing an Australian white man, playing a black man, playing an Asian man. It was very impressive. However, in this movie, NPH is a gay family man playing himself as a straight womanizer playing a gay family man who is married to his actual real-life husband who is playing a straight man playing a gay man. Bam!
You nailed that.
And the Oscar, every Oscar, goes to Neil Patrick Harris.
Yup.
That was incredible. Number three of the things that I noticed was Harold and Kumar would be Harold and Kumar without the weed. Here's what I loved most about this movie. Although weed is present in the movie, it's also used to propel the story forward and is even the butt, pun intended, of some of the jokes. Weed doesn't define this movie. In fact, it doesn't even define the characters. I very quickly noticed that Harold was still Harold even though he had quit smoking weed, and Kumar was still Kumar despite apparently smoking even more weed. Spoiler alert. A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas is a story of two guys, friends for life, reunited by Santa Claus, who through one wild and crazy evening of frozen poles, cocaine-laced babies, and dancing on Broadway, were forced to face, identify, and stand up to their inner demons, and ultimately become better human beings and friends. Oh, and they just happen to enjoy cannabis. I hope you heard what I just said there. It was the best part about this movie. A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas was enjoyable, engaging, and just edgy enough to warrant a cinema review of 3 joints out of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a high night.
Merry Spliffmas.
Well, it is once again time to find out what gets me going.
No, Timmy, what gets me going?
Let's find out what gets her going.
Well, today's a doozy. It's Dirty Business.
Nice.
And I'm not talking about the show from Home and Garden Television, because
Nice.
that show gets me going, but in a different way. I'm talking about not necessarily illegal, but immoral and unethical behavior. Can be caused by coworker, employee, boss, customers, doesn't matter. Can range from defamation to poor working conditions. Does not matter if you're a man or a woman. Doesn't matter your race, religion, age. You are not exempted from this. Now, I'm specifically going to go a little deeper. I'm going to go deeper because in the cannabis industry, the top positions are held by men. Majority of positions are held by men. And I would like to see that changed. Being a female, I would like to see more females. I would like to see equality. You know, I want to see a little bit of, let's say, gender equality. That's the right word.
That seems very, very politically correct.
Okay. I like to be correct. So I'm going to go a little deeper and specifically speak to the women, okay? I feel like I should say, I'm not speaking to all women. There are plenty amazing, supportive women within this industry, and I have had the pleasure of working with many of them. Some of them. Some are nicer than others. These women, instead of feeling threatened, now I'm talking about the women that I've had the pleasure of working with, instead of feeling threatened, will go out of their way to help others succeed. I'm not talking about them. Those women are the true role models when it comes to, you know, women empowerment. I'm speaking to the mean girls. You know the kind. They're nice in public and dismissive in private. They talk about you to your peers. Sometimes they twist the story just to make themselves look good. They'll boycott your ideas and then, even worse, steal them for themselves. They'll purposely not invite you to meetings, parties, or gatherings. Some might even spread lies or rumors about you. In my opinion, the thing that I find the absolute worst is gaslighting. Do you know what gaslighting is?
Yep, I drive with the gas light on constantly. My record is like 30 kilometers on 0.
Although that part is true, that is not what I'm talking about, gaslighting. I actually didn't know what gaslighting was for a long time. And it would have been beneficial if I would have known this because I was being gaslit in my past. So let me tell you what it is. Gaslighting is a series of manipulation tactics that are used to help keep the victim from being able to differentiate between fact and fiction. So I was constantly being told, you never said that, when I clearly did. But it's the manipulation into, did I say that? Or maybe I didn't. So I'll just give you one example from a work past. I was waitressing. I ended up losing my job. No explanation, just, we don't need you. Don't come in. There's no shift for you. And I was like, okay, that happens sometimes. I didn't really care that much about the job. I could get another one very easily, but years went by and that owner of the restaurant lost their restaurant establishment and ended up with a chip truck. I just happened to end up at that chip truck and noticed that it was my old boss and thought, you know what? I'm going to ask that question because I've never been let go and I didn't quite understand. Apparently, he told me when I asked him that one of my old coworkers said that I had stolen. I'd stolen money. First of all, why would I steal?
To have money?
They were paying me to work there. I get more money by working there than risking it by taking whatever happened.
Seems very logical.
But I didn't know until years later. And that was caused by a coworker. So that's just an example of something that had happened to me. Chances are you've experienced some sort of mean girling, I want to call it. Mean girling within the workplace. If you're successful, we'll just say this. If you're successful or are following your dreams in any way, chances are you've already got a target on your back.
Agreed.
What can you do about these mean girls? Well, you can kill them with kindness. I know you've heard that. No killing. No killing. Just with kindness. I know you've heard that before. I'm not the first one to say that. I just want to point out that you should be kind and not fake, right? I know Jackie always talks about kill them with kindness. And if you're looking for an example, follow that woman. She shows you how it's done. Kind, not fake. There's a difference. Absolutely do not engage in any sort of counterattack. It's not worth your time or your energy. And I'm sure you've heard the phrase, don't stoop to their level.
I've heard that phrase.
Okay, I was waiting. I was like, no.
You're talking to them. I'm just kind of a fly on the wall.
Okay, well, you said,
This is my fly wings. Not like a butter. What were they? Pasties.
Pasties. Okay, all right. Tip number 3, try problem solving. See if you can come to a solution. And if not, try and find how to spend less time around this person. That could be a solution as well. Do not gossip. Even talking about this person that you're having a problem with could be seen as negative. Keep the name out your mouth. Okay?
There's a bunch of women watching this right now going, she's talking about Susan. I'm going to go tell Susan Mary J was talking about you.
Actually, it was Karen, but just saying.
Sorry, Susan.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm actually, like I said, you may think I'm talking to you, but I mean, that's on you. I don't know that. And honestly, I don't want to know that. If I'm talking to you, stay as far away from me as possible. Just saying that. Support and uplift others. Okay? Think about this. Before you open your mouth, Will it add value? If it doesn't, it's probably best not to open your mouth. Find your tribe. Find those people that support, love, and care for you, and surround yourself with them. Last but not least, take the high road. Because the reality is, if somebody doesn't like you or is jealous of you, there is not a damn thing you're going to say or do to change their mind. Just smile and tell yourself, be better, not bitter. And that's what gets me going.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. We are so excited today to be joined by Chris Bennett / Chris Burns.
What was just kind of a fun getting high thing for most of that time. I realized the benefits and had been exposed to how many people it had helped in different ways, and then really started to get into like the advocate and activism part of it as well.
Yeah, that's actually really similar to my story, because I started when I was like 15 and smoked till, forever. And then it was actually the doctor that said, you do realize that you've been self-medicating for most of your life. And I was like, what? Does that mean I qualify for a medical thing? This was like 2006. And they're like, oh, no, I can't do that. I'm not. Because, at that time, doctors were like, oh, no, we're going to lose our license. And you had to pay for a special doctor. But anyways, that's a story for another time. I'm sure you had your own story of trying to jump through the loopholes of the medical system. It's great.
Yeah, we all did in those early days. It was kind of even ashamed to see that, they were charging for prescriptions, and like, if you wanted a bigger prescription, it cost you more. And that whole part of it seemed kind of offside and a bit weird, but
that's not happening still, because I just had my license renewed and had to pay $25 a gram for that. If you know a place, let me know, because they honestly, doctors should not be charging. And I had to go to a special doctor at a special clinic because my doctor won't even do it.
Yeah, definitely. So I went to, I'll throw out there, Light Clinic, Lyte. I've never paid a cent for any of my prescriptions. I don't think they operate or believe in that kind of thing.
Okay.
They can also help if you need like a home grow license and stuff like that. But
cool.
I was kind of fortunate once I started to get closer to legalization and wanting to get these papers and things like that. I had some great people around me that really directed me to the right places so I could avoid those kind of things.
Yeah.
Just that was the big thing that kind of always prevented me from getting a medical license. Was it seemed shady that they would be charging per gram kind of thing. And I think because they were the gateholders at the time, the only place you could really get them, they kind of took advantage of that. But there are definitely clinics out there that will help kind of connect you with the license without fees.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say the price has gone down. I remember the first time I had my license, it was $400 plus tax. And I had to borrow the money from my dad because there was no way. Like, we're sick people. Like, I was on disability. Like, what extra money do you think I have? And the doctor, if you go to the doctor to actually order it online, because I was asking for a grow license, but if you ordered it online, it was like, oh my God, it would have been $600 a month with the tax and the shipping. And how am I supposed to pay my rent? And this is like medicine. It's like, this is another area that I was like, I wish we could fix in the Canadian medical system, where this is covered by some sort of like, I could go to the doctors and they can prescribe me opiates and, antidepressants, and I can take that prescription to the pharmacy and have it covered by the government, no problem. But not cannabis, not the safest alternative for me.
Yeah, it's also one of the very few medications I believe that is like has full sales tax on it.
It's the only one that is taxed with both provincial and an excise tax. It's disgusting. And they say the reason they do that is because the recreational consumer would then try and get a medical license, so that way they wouldn't have to pay the tax. Yeah.
I am learning a ton through this process. we've talked to some other artists before, and I've had my own thoughts on, I guess, the effect that cannabis can have on art. Some artists, and I'm going to call you an artist for the rest of the time that we have together, because I believe that's what you are.
Well, we all are.
We all
Chris
are.
taught us this.
Some will say, oh, whatever my art is, whether it's, painting, photography, performance, I never ever smoke before that because I just need to be focused. And then there's others who are like, well, I need to be focused, so therefore I take it for my art. Where do you stand on that when you're burning wood, and everything that is entailed in that? I don't want to just narrow it down to burning wood. But do you find that cannabis helps you in the creative process or hinders you?
I mean, I'm not sure about, it definitely helps. I wouldn't say it's a hindrance ever. I don't know if there's too many pieces of wood, and I've burned thousands of pieces of wood that I've done without cannabis in my system. I find the big one for me is that when I sit down, wood burning is a fairly slow process. An average small piece might be 4 to 5 hours, minimum kind of thing. I don't always use it for the creative part of like what I'm going to do on the canvas, but when I actually go to sit down and do it, I very much need a little bit of cannabis in my system. It kind of just even helps me, not be shaky. It helps me not think about, back pain sitting there for elongated periods of time, and can help you be very focused on it. So I find that it helps a lot for me. There have been a few times I've done like live burning in the bay where I wasn't maybe as stoned as normal, and I could just feel it at the beginning that I'm like shaking and jittery, and the coffee got to me and I didn't have that balance. So definitely, I think I'm a little better executing my art when I'm got some THC in the system.
Whenever I hear those stories, it makes me laugh because I grew up in a religious world. I grew up through a church, like born and raised, Baptist church in Toronto. Was on my way to becoming a pastor. And I've often talked about the fact that if cannabis was even brought up at all, and usually it was buried and not talked about, but if it was brought up at all, it was, what I'm finding is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and it was connected, right along the same lines with, cocaine, heroin. I mean, it was in the same level of all that stuff. So when I hear somebody talk about the fact of, it actually helps me steady my hand to work with fire, everything I would have heard growing up be like, do not work with fire and cannabis. Like, what do you want to do? Burn the city down? And to hear the stories now, people say, no, you know what? It actually made me work with the fire a little bit safer. It's fascinating to me about how badly my mind was filled with so much opposite information of the benefits of what cannabis can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't blame you. There was a good 100 years of stigma put on all of us. So I totally understand that people, have kind of grown up like that and maybe have those misconceptions. There was a lot of misinformation, like you said, being fed to all of us. So I totally understand that.
Well, what I find interesting was at the beginning when Chris was telling his story, he said he had in his lifetime experienced people around him with experiences with harder drugs. And to him, in his mind, that cannabis was a safer alternative. And you growing up here, like, drugs are drugs. Doesn't matter if it's alcohol, weed.
Say no to drugs. It was a blanket statement.
It was like, just say no. But I've learned through experience that I'm not ashamed to admit this, that just like when you drink beer versus a cooler versus shots of whatever mixed with pop or whatever it is, the difference between liquors and beers and spirits, completely different reactions. I can't drink red wine or champagne. I get completely sloshed. I'm all over the place. I used to be able to drink coolers fine. Beer makes me throw up. So just like all these other drugs, cocaine, speed, mushrooms, cannabis, they're all different levels of not only feeling, but what it's going to do to your body, like health wise, like Chris is saying cannabis is a safer alternative. It comes from the earth, just like magic mushrooms. But that's a topic for another show. But those are two, like, to me, like the safer alternatives for medicine. And I mean, of course, lavender helps, and valerian helps with sleep, and like.
Does lavender help you, Chris?
What's that, sir?
Does lavender help you?
Help with sleep, maybe?
Yeah, well, the thing about lavender is I use this almost daily as an explanation of like terpenes in cannabis and equating them to aromatherapy. So if we want to go down that hole a bit, I think it's a great analogy to kind of get people to understand terpenes. And, the people that really understand cannabis know how important it is to get the average consumer to know that there's a lot more than just THC that is providing effect in the cannabis. So like lavender, there are naturally occurring terpenes in all plants and like fruits and vegetables everywhere. And cannabis is the same. So, a lot of people like to, think of sativa as your morning cannabis and indica as your couch nighttime one.
Right.
But to get a much more accurate understanding of the effects, you got to understand the terpenes. So lavender is the one I use for an example at like nighttime, where you might use those kind of earthy, muskier, kind of floral notes at night to kind of calm you down. Whereas you picture like a Body Shop, Satsuma wash in the morning is citrus, and it's meant to kind of brighten up your day and awaken your senses. Those kind of things are a bit more like what you're getting from cannabis and stuff. So I went on a bit of tangent there based on that lavender call.
It's
I don't exactly use lavender myself, but I definitely will use some strains at night that might have those similar terpenes in them to kind of help me. So.
No, I think that's important for people to hear, because when we're talking about the blanket statement of don't do drugs per se, it's like, well, don't do drugs, but hey, feel free to pop a Tylenol. Well, wait a minute, hold on one second. Where is that line drawn?
And have a coffee.
Like you're saying, terpenes, which was one of Mary Jane's word of the week, as I've been learning throughout this process, it's not just in cannabis, it's in everything. And so when you're talking about that, it's not really a tangent. It's the fact that, the same thing someone would do to light a lavender candle, the same effect can be had if you get the terpene from a certain strain of cannabis. Does the exact same thing, but one is seen as a no-no, and the other one is seen as quite acceptable because you can get it in Bath and Body Works.
Well, I like that he said that too, because when you deal with terpenes and things, especially like lavender, it's extremely strong. And I like to have a lavender bath before bed. But if you don't like the smell of lavender, personally, I'll tell you, I can't smoke a linalool strain. I can't smoke the strain that have the same terpene that lavender has, because I struggle with the smell. And I've learned that it's the terpene. But I'm the citrus person. I'll smoke the citrus all day, every day, at night, no problem sleeping.
So Chris, about your work, as we head back into your work here, there was a time when I was both a Christian and a comedian. And at one point, people would often say, so are you a Christian comedian? And I would always be like, well, no, I don't think so. I think I'm a comedian.
What is a Christian comedian? Somebody who tells...
A Christian comedian would be somebody who tells
Jesus
Christian jokes, Jesus jokes. And at the time, I would say, well, no, I'm a comedian who happens to be Christian. And it was something I had learned from a performer named Steve Bell and Adrian Plass had both talked about this thing. For you, I haven't seen all your work. So I think there is a difference, though. Like, is your work cannabis themed? Are you a artist that happens to do cannabis, or are you a cannabis artist? You know what I'm saying with that?
I'm both, I'd say. Most of the work I did with the wood burning was commission based. So definitely not everyone is doing something or asking for something that is cannabis themed. But I also have done quite a bit of cannabis themed artwork, more so when it's like, something original that I'm inspired to do. Often I will put the cannabis theme in there or try and make a statement or just, something creative that kind of touches on cannabis. I found it's something that's, has become almost inevitable. There's enough times where I've set up my art on like a table at a show, nothing cannabis themed at all. People look at it, look at me, look at it again, look at me and say, "Oh, you smoke a lot of weed, eh?" So it's just, I kind of had to understand. I don't know if it's like the goofy look in my face with the, uber creative artwork on the table, or what it is, but
it's probably the red eyes.
Yeah, it's partly that, probably.
And the dry mouth.
And the dry mouth.
And the dry mouth, yeah. But, also I have kind of really embraced being, a cannabis forward person to help spark those conversations, to do my part to kind of help advocate for it. So I'm not at all shy to put that, part forward. I've kind of accepted and embraced that, which also comes along with like, some stigma and stuff along with it. But I've always been, confident and happy to kind of do what I can to combat that as well. So,
well, it is that time again. We have come to the end of another episode and also to the end of 2021.
I thought it was time for a smoke.
No, it's well, I guess technically it's always time for a smoke. Hey, thank you so much for tuning in throughout this year. And if you watch this in 2022, welcome. We would encourage you, though, if you could, if you enjoyed that interview that we just had with Chris Burns, that was our part 2. You can see full interviews on our Patreon page, which is at thenewbieandthedoobie.ca maybe, or .com. I should probably look into that. But go to Patreon, type in The Newbie and the Doobie, and if you can support us, $4.20 a month, you'll have access to full interviews. We're going to be doing a lot more interviews coming into 2022. And just that money, it's a little extra we can give you, but that $4.20 a month can help us to really fulfill what we want to do with this podcast going forward. So your support would be greatly appreciated.
It always makes me smile when he says $4.20. And don't forget, you can find us on all social media networks, Facebook, Instagram, mostly on Instagram, but at The Newbie and the Doobie. And
as you head into 2022, we once again, we want to thank you for your involvement with us and your support of us, and hopefully you've been entertained and educated here. This is episode 37, I believe. Who knew when we started this thing off? So as you enter into 2022, we hope that you will spend that year
sharing our content with your friends and family.
That's not
whether they're a newbie or a doobie.
That's a really good statement. Just wasn't where I thought we were going to go with it.
No, you didn't let me put it in earlier. You figure by almost 40 episodes, we would have this ending down.
Until we see you again.
Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Happy New Year.
So many cards. That's a year's worth of cards.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's loud in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there. Yeah,
Job.
he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess.
On to
Guess
your
a
next
pop-up
victim.
question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people
Why
so
do
far.
you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. You go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, for some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thanks for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah,
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? We had snow up here.
We had snow. My God.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day, July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay then, I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show,
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the.
So Peterborough, July 1st, about the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al
It-
uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour cheese or purple berry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you've got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze. It's time to regulate. regulated. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright. I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright. I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen, Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters of weed, the list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
That's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually spray paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably, like,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children. There was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first
Yeah.
video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history. So we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we show Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years, and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So, we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Yes, thank
you. You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It is September the 5th. September already. Wow. And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at the Legacy420.com news desk, and we're live at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How's things?
It's great, Al. How are you?
I'm doing all
We
right.
had a little bit of a snafu between the phones and the computers this morning, so.
Yes. And actually, we're probably like a minute or two late because of that. Dealing with some little technical issues, but we're good. We're off and rolling right now. So
Off and rolling. I like that.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So, did you get out on the bike?
I got out on the bike, but not as much as I'd like to. It's been fairly cool here. Late afternoons are good, but like this morning, we're about 10.
Yeah, it was cool here this morning. I got a vest on top of the hoodie, just to be on the, because it was cool first thing this morning. It's warmed up though. It's warmed up some.
Yeah, it does warm up, but that 10 degrees or 9 or 10 degrees is a little bit chilly for me.
Yeah, well, fresh.
Yeah.
You know, it's fresh. It wakens you up, right? Nothing like a nice 9-degree, which is like probably like 48 Fahrenheit.
I had 60 years of fresh now.
Right?
I need some warmth.
Well, maybe our news will warm me up today. Who knows? We'll find out. So let's get started. Here we go. First story of the day. Headline on it says cannabis use linked to epigenetic changes, the study shows, and this comes to us from sciencealert.com.
Okay, it says using cannabis may cause changes in the human body's epigenome. A study of over 1,000 adults suggests the epigenome functions like a set of switches activating or deactivating genes to change how our bodies function. We observed associations between cumulative cannabis use and multiple epigenetic markers across time, explained epidemiologist Lu Fang Ho from Northwestern University when the research was published in 2023.
Cannabis is commonly used substance in the U.S., with 49% of the people trying it at least once. Ho and a team of U.S. researchers reported in their published paper. Some U.S. states and other countries have made it legal, but we still don't understand its effects on our health. Researchers studied around 1,000 adults who had participated in a long-term previous study where they had been asked about their cannabis use over a 20-year period. Study participants provided blood samples on 2 occasions during that time at the 15 and 20-year points. They were aged between 18 and 30 at baseline or year 0.
And using these blood samples from 5 years apart, Ho and her team looked at the epigenetic changes and specifically DNA methylation levels of people who had used cannabis recently or for a long time. In addition, the addition or removal of methyl groups from DNA is one of the most studied epigenetic modifications. Without changing the genomic sequence, it changes the activity of the genes because it's harder for cells to read the genome instruction manual with these molecular changes in their way.
Environmental and lifestyle factors can trigger these methylation changes, which can be passed on to future generations. And blood biomarkers can provide information about both recent and historical exposures. Now, Ho says, we previously identified associations between cannabis use and the aging process as captured through DNA methylation.
And we wanted to further explore whether specific epigenetic factors were associated with cannabis and whether these factors are related to health outcomes. The comprehensive data on the participants' cannabis use allowed them to estimate cumulative use over time as well as recent use and compare it with DNA methylation markers in their blood for analysis.
They found numerous DNA methylation markers in the 15-year blood samples, 22 that were associated with recent use, and 31 associated with cumulative cannabis use. In the samples taken at the 20-year point, they identified 132 markers linked to recent use and 16 linked to the cumulative use.
Interestingly, we consistently identified one marker that has previously been associated with tobacco use, Ho explained, suggesting a potential shared epigenetic regulation between tobacco and cannabis use. Multiple epigenetic changes associated with cannabis use had previously been linked to things like cellular proliferation, hormone signaling, infections, neurological disorders like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and substance use disorders.
It's important to note that this study doesn't prove that cannabis directly causes these changes or causes health problems. Now, according to Drew Nanina from Northwestern University, he says, this research has provided novel insights into the association between cannabis use and epidemic factors. Additional studies are needed to determine whether these associations are consistently observed in different populations. Moreover, studies examining the effect of cannabis on age-related health outcomes may provide further insight into the long-term effects of cannabis on health.
Interesting.
There you go. Yeah. As some people say, could be the anti-aging effects that so many people have talked about in the past. But
Well,
now
I'm trying.
science,
I'm trying my hardest to get younger.
yeah, well, exactly. Sometimes that can be a good thing. All right, on to the next story. This one comes to us from the Associated or AP News, it says, .com. A decision on major policy shift on marijuana won't come until after the presidential election.
And how many times have we heard that? A decision
Well, it's
on
not
whether
going
to
to come until after.
reclassify.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I think we knew that when they brought this forth, like 2 years into their mandate instead of the first year.
Yeah, as far as the reclassification end of things, especially.
Yeah. A decision on whether to reclassify cannabis as a less dangerous drug in the U.S. won't come until after the November presidential election, a timeline that raises the chances it could be a potential political issue in the closely contested race. And we know that is because we have stories later on about it.
Next.
The U.S. Oh, next. There you go. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration last week set a hearing date to take comment on the proposed historic change in federal drug policy for December 2nd.
The hearing date means the final decision could well come into the next administration. While it's possible it could precede the end of President Joe Biden's term, issuing it after Inauguration Day would be pretty expedited, said cannabis lawyer Brian Vincent. That could put a new spotlight on the presidential candidate's position on cannabis. Vice President Kamala Harris has backed decriminalizing and said it's absurd to have it in the DEA Schedule 1 category alongside heroin and LSD. The Democratic nominee's position has shifted over the years. She once oversaw the enforcement of cannabis laws and opposed legalization and recreational use of adults in California while running for the Attorney General in 2010. And we're going to get into all this stuff into the next story, where they stand on all that.
Former President Donald Trump. You want me to read this one or just go to the next
Yeah,
story?
go ahead.
The Republican nominee signaled support for a Florida,
former president.
Yeah, I'm reading that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Legalization measure on Saturday, following earlier comments that he increasingly agrees that people shouldn't be jailed for the drug now legal in multiple states, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. During his run for president in 2016, Trump said that he backed medical marijuana and that pot should be left up to the states. But during his first term, then Attorney General Jeff Sessions lifted an Obama-era policy that kept federal authorities from cracking down on the cannabis trade in states where the drug is legal.
Now, Trump's campaign didn't immediately respond to a query about his position on rescheduling the Justice Department proposed reclassification in May, saying the change would recognize cannabis medical use and acknowledged it has less potential for abuse than most of the nation's most dangerous drugs. The proposal, which would not legalize cannabis for recreational use, came after a call for review from Biden, who has called the change monumental. My kitty just keeps scratching me here.
The DEA has said that it doesn't yet have a position on whether to go through with the change, stating in a memo that it would keep weighing the issue as the federal rulemaking process plays out. The new classification would be the most significant shift in U.S. drug policy in 50 years and could be a potent political issue, especially with younger voters. But it faces opposition from groups such as Smart Approaches to Cannabis.
Its president, Kevin Sabbat, argues there isn't enough data to move cannabis to the less dangerous Schedule 3 category, alongside ketamine and some anabolic steroids. The DEA's move to hold the hearing is a huge win in our fight to have this decision guided by medical science, not politics, he said in a statement, adding that 18 states' attorney generals are backing his opposition.
And the hearing sparked some consternation among pot industry players, though little surprise about the DEA's decision to hold one. While the result ultimately may be better, I think we're so used to seeing delays that it's disappointing, said Stephen Abraham, who's the chief financial officer at the Blink Group, who's a supplier of cartridges and other hardware used in cannabis vapes. Every time you slow down or hold resources from the legal market, it is to the benefit of the illicit market.
The proposal, which was signed by Attorney General Merrick Garland rather than DEA Administrator Ann Milgram, followed a recommendation from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Federal drug policy has lagged behind that of many states in recent years, with 38 having already legalized medical cannabis and 24 legalizing its recreational use.
And lawmakers from both major political parties have pushed for the changes as cannabis has become increasingly decriminalized and accepted. A Gallup poll last year found that 70% of adults support legalization, the highest level yet recorded by the polling firm, and more than double the roughly 3 in 10 who backed it in 2000. The cannabis industry has also grown quickly, and state licensed cannabis companies are keen on rescheduling, partly because it could enable them to take federal business expense tax deductions, which aren't available to enterprises involved in trafficking any Schedule 1 or 2 drug. For some of Vincent's clients, the change would effectively reduce the tax rate from 75% to 25%. Huge difference.
Yeah. Some legalization advocates also hope rescheduling could help persuade Congress to pass legislation aimed at opening bank doors to cannabis companies. Currently, the cannabis legal status means many federally regulated banks are reluctant to lend to such businesses, or sometimes even provide checking or other services. Rescheduling could also make it easier to research cannabis, since it's difficult to conduct authorized clinical studies in Schedule 1 substances. Some medical cannabis patient advocates fear that the discussion has already become deeply politicized, and that the focus on rescheduling potential effect on the industry has shifted attention from the people who could benefit.
And it was our hope that we could finally take the next step and create the national medical cannabis program that we need, said Steph Shearer, who's the founder and president of Americans for Safe Access. The organization advocates for putting cannabis in a drug category all its own and for creating a medical cannabis office within DHS. The immediate effect on rescheduling on the nation's criminal justice system, though, would more likely to be muted, since federal prosecutions for simple possession have been fairly rare in recent years.
There you go. Okay. That story is gone, and we will have to wait until after.
There should have been nothing.
Yeah, we'll have to wait, obviously, until after the election, and then see where it goes from there. Who knows? It could continue, or it could be stopped. It'll probably come down to where both parties stand on the issue, and let's maybe get into a little more of that in this story here from Reason, with the headline that says, "Bowing to public opinions, Trump and Harris both agree that cannabis or marijuana should be legal."
After Donald Trump endorsed a Florida ballot initiative that would legalize recreational cannabis in that state, Kamala Harris accused her Republican opponent of flip-flopping on the issue. Yet the vice president herself did not publicly support cannabis legalization until 2018, when 2/3 of Americans already favored that policy. The truth is that both presidential candidates have changed their positions on the issue over the years, reflecting a sea change in public opinion. But that does not necessarily mean that either, if elected, would invest any effort in addressing the untenable conflict between state cannabis law and federal prohibition.
In 1990, when Trump was famous as a billionaire New York developer rather than a politician, he called the war on drugs a joke and recommended legalization instead. We're losing badly the war on drugs, he said during a speech in Miami. You have to legalize drugs to win that war. In an interview after the speech, Trump said he hoped people will start to realize that this is the only answer. There is no other answer. As a Republican presidential candidate 25 years later, he implausibly claimed his 1990 remarks did not count as an endorsement of legalization.
Well, at least he acknowledges that he made the remarks. He
Yeah.
During that
Okay.
campaign, Trump's position on cannabis legalization was essentially the same as Hillary Clinton's. I really believe we should leave it up to the states, he said, although he had made it clear that he took a dim view of legalization, which he described as a bad policy that had caused some big problems in Colorado. Despite Trump's avowed preference for letting states go their own way on cannabis policy, his first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, rescinded a Justice Department memo that encouraged federal prosecutors to leave state-licensed cannabis suppliers alone. But no crackdown followed. And Sessions' successor, William Barr, did not even try to instigate one.
Now, as president, Trump also proposed eliminating an annual renewing spending rider that bars the Justice Department from interfering with state medical cannabis programs. Neither came of that either. Those two moves, the Harris campaign argues, were plainly inconsistent with what Trump said in a Truth Social post recently, predicting that Florida voters will approve cannabis legalization in November. He cited reasons to welcome that outcome.
Someone should not be a criminal in Florida for possessing cannabis when this is illegal in so many other states, Trump wrote. Pot busts, he added, ruin lives and waste taxpayer dollars. It is fair to say that Trump's views on cannabis legalization have evolved, but the same is true of Harris.
As US Today notes, Harris has been criticized for aggressively prosecuting cannabis-related crimes when she was the California's Attorney General and San Francisco's District Attorney, particularly given the racial disparities in punishment nationwide. She opposed the California legalization initiative in 2010 when she was the San Francisco District Attorney, laughed at a question about legalization in 2014 when she was running for Attorney General against the Republican who favored it, and declined as a California Attorney General to take a position on the 2016 initiative that legalized recreational use interstate. As a
senator 2 years later, sorry, Al.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
As a senator 2 years later, Harris finally took the plunge, saying, we need to decriminalize cannabis nationwide. Later that year, she co-sponsored a bill that would have repealed the federal ban, and she introduced a similar bill in 2019. President Joe Biden, by contrast, has always resisted federal legalization, and the 2024 Democratic platform says nothing about it. The Republican platform, meanwhile, does not even allude to cannabis reform.
That silence is striking, given that 38 states have legalized medical cannabis, and 24 of them, accounting for most of the U.S. population, also allow recreational use. According to Gallup, 70% of Americans, including 87% of Democrats and 70% of independents and 55% of Republicans, think cannabis should be legal.
And as of Saturday, both major party presidential candidates agree, but it remains unclear whether either will be prepared to do anything about it. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. And you know,
same story we hear for years.
Yeah. The thing though is, if they leave it up to the states to decide, what happens with things such as interstate commerce? Because that's presently a federal crime. What about people who bring people who do anything federally where cannabis is related, will there be a crime? Will there be will they be charged for something?
I kind of think of it like the abortion issue right now. Some states are going absolutely crazy and banning any kind of anything, even if the woman dies. I can see the same thing happening with cannabis. I'm not saying people are going to die instantly from it, but I can see the same kind of laws. If you leave our state and you smoke cannabis somewhere else, we're going to arrest you when you come home.
Well, that could happen. That could happen.
I can see it.
I'm looking at it as the federal end of things going in. I could see where they still keep it federally illegal for you and I to cross the border with a couple of doobies. Would they federally still prevent somebody who has a cannabis conviction for a couple of joints, still prevent them from going across the border?
Well, I heard they're going to expunge records, but it remains to be seen if it's actually happening.
In the States or in Canada?
In the States. In Canada, I know we expunged records here, but I'm sure some of them are still accessible. The problem with me is my record was accessed by the U.S. years ago. So they still have
it's
a
in the
copy
system.
of everything.
Yeah,
right?
It's part of CPAC. CPAC. Yeah. All right, on to our last story before we go to break. Psychedelics show promise for treating PTSD by suppressing learned fear responses. And that comes to us from medicalexpress.com.
And I'm sorry, all I have is a remove ad. There's nothing here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was here. I was looking at it before.
Oh, hit the back button. Hit the back button. I noticed that too. I had that
got it.
problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that problem earlier, and I thought, what's going on here? It's like a time delayed thing. Okay, so psychedelics show promise for treating PTSD by suppressing learned fear responses.
Ongoing research is revealing how psychedelic drugs like psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, and LSD may help treat post-traumatic stress disorder by suppressing learned fear responses. In a new article published in the journal Psychedelics, researchers from the Medical College of Wisconsin provide an in-depth look at the neural mechanisms and underlying psychedelics' acute fear-reducing effects in rodent models of PTSD.
Oh, the amygdala, an almond-shaped structure deep within the brain, plays a central role in fear learning and expression. Excitatory neurons in the lateral amygdala are activated by fearful stimuli, leading to a cascade of activity that drives fear responses. The new research proposes that psychedelic drugs suppress this fear-related activity by enhancing inhibitory signaling from the GABAergic inner neurons onto the excitatory neurons.
God, I'm glad you had that paragraph.
I'm sure your turn's coming, buddy. Go ahead.
Our hypothesis is that psychedelics acutely suppress learned fear responses by activating serotonin receptors on inhibitory neurons of the amygdala. And the lead author, Thomas Kelly, who's an MD PhD candidate, this leads to increased release of the inhibitory transmitter GABA, which quiets the activity of excitatory neurons and normally drive fearful behaviors. A finding that psychedelics' acute effect on fear requires activation of serotonin receptors aligned with the receptor's established role as the drug's hallucinogenic effects. However, the authors emphasize the importance of considering the broader pharmacological profile and duration and action of different psychedelic compounds.
For example, the drug MDMA, which has shown promise for treating PTSD in late-stage clinical trials, does not directly activate serotonin receptors. Instead, MDMA increases the release of serotonin, which then activates various serotonin receptor subtypes. The research suggests that psychedelics with faster onset and shorter duration of acute effects may be an advantage for PTSD treatment compared to longer acting drugs like LSD.
The insights from preclinical studies can help guide the design of clinical trials and treatment protocols that optimize the therapeutic potential of psychedelics for PTSD, said senior author Dr. Qing Song Liu. By understanding the mechanisms and time course of psychedelic effects on fear circuitry, we can better harness these compounds in a clinical setting. Several clinical trials are currently investigating psilocybin-assisted therapy for PTSD, with some protocols incorporating drug administration in combination with exposure therapy to promote fear extinction learning. As this research progresses, the amygdala is emerging as a key locus of interest for understanding how psychedelics may extinguish fearful memories and provide a novel treatment approach for PTSD and other fear-related disorders. Very interesting.
Yeah, some nasty words in there too. Big ones.
yeah. That one paragraph you did was just full of them.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That happens, though. That happens. All right, Glenn. We got the first four stories done, which means we're halfway through. And that also means it's break time. So we will be right back. We're going to have another medical session. Start another session during the break, and we'll continue into the next part of the program. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back from our break and ready to bring you some more news. And I'm sure at some point I'll light a joint.
It's nice
Okay,
to be
here we go.
outside.
Yeah, that's the thing, eh? I can't, I don't, I can't, and I don't smoke doobies, even though I've been, legally licensed for almost 20 years to do so. I don't do it in the main parts of the house.
I don't do it in the house at all, and I'm in my son's room, so I can't be doing
Yeah.
it.
Well, see, like in one of our houses in the past, being that my garden was located in the house, it had ventilation, so I had a little room within my garden that was ventilated, so it didn't go, up and through the house.
A couple houses ago, I had the same thing with a huge ventilation system, and I could go right into the bloom room,
Yeah.
and smoke in there, and nobody would ever know because it's instantly drawn out, right?
Correct.
I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, well, I didn't have that before either, at one point, because I just went out to the heated garage. All righty. Well, let's get on with the news and talking about this news story comes from the India Times. It's coming up, and I think it's I'm looking at it as, is this a view of what people in other countries look at cannabis legalization? Because it says, why Canada's legalized marijuana sector is facing a sobering time, is the headline. So I just sort of get a different country's perspective what's happening here. Go ahead.
Tokyo Smoke is the latest casualty in Canada's unpredictable cannabis sector, announcing it will close several locations and seek creditor protection. The industry is grappling with a surplus of stores, high overhead costs, and rock bottom retail prices. One of Ontario's pioneering brands for cannabis legalization in 2018, Tokyo Smoke is shutting down 29 stores and restructuring under the company's Creditors Arrangement Act, leaving 167 locations across 4 provinces.
Wow. Matt Maurer, president and chair of the cannabis law group at Toke Main's LLP in Toronto, noted that it's both surprising and unsurprising. He says that people might be shocked to see a well-known brand seeking creditor protection, but those in the industry aren't.
Over the past few years, numerous cannabis retailers and producers in Canada have filed for creditor protection or closed, often struggling to keep up with tax obligations. Mara points out that the diversity in the market, with big chains, mom and pop stores, single store owners, and those with multiple outlets, including franchisees, creates a complex landscape.
In Ontario, Canada's largest regulated cannabis market, companies initially raced to expand quickly to capture market share. That was a logical step at the time. However, these stores face stiff competition from a robust black market. Bloomberg analyst Duncan Fox highlighted that the illicit cannabis market remains a significant barrier to raising prices due to fierce competition.
Tokyo Smoke's filing acknowledged this challenge, citing the thriving illicit market as a factor hurting revenues. The illicit market is estimated to be worth between $2 billion and $4 billion. Considering all these factors, intense competition, falling prices, and higher than ideal overheads, it puts significant pressure on many stores, as Maurer explains. And I'm going to say most of this illicit market is on reserves. This is not the guy down the street. You give him a call and he comes over and delivers to you like it used to be.
Oh, there's well, I guess like you say, the reserves are depends on where you are. It's a gray area. Some provinces are rating the reserves, and some provinces like Ontario isn't. So
I don't know how anybody's getting away with rating them because they're not Canadian territory. So I don't understand how they can do that.
Yeah. So, Fox's June report projected modest growth for the Canadian cannabis market, estimating it could reach $4.8 billion in 2024, driven mainly by new products like vapes, edibles, and beverages. However, retail prices for regulated products have dropped nearly 30% since 2018, squeezing producers. Monthly recreational cannabis sales peaked at $469 million in August of 2023, but growth has slowed, with June 2024 sales reported at 405 million, according to Stats Canada.
Ontario initially used a lottery system for cannabis retailers in 2018 to stabilize supply, later transitioning to an open market in 2020. This shift led to a rush of new cannabis businesses, some overpaying for leases, according to Maher. Store owners often didn't know where the competitors were setting up during the licensing process, leading to overcrowding. A massive influx of stores opened within a short period, sometimes right across the street from each other.
Oh, they sure did, and right beside each other. Despite the challenges, cannabis legalization advocate Neve Tapero remains optimistic about the industry's future in Canada and abroad. The legal system for cannabis, though flawed, is better than the illegal system. Canada may serve as a case study, good or bad, for other countries considering federal cannabis legalization.
A Statistics Canada study from April revealed that over 2/3 of Canadian consumers who used cannabis in the past year purchased it legally. As the industry evolves, Tapero predicts another boom, particularly if the U.S. moves towards legalization. Big brands like Budweiser or Marlboro might enter the market, causing another shift. Then the dust will settle again.
There you go. I know the fella. They were Tapero there. He's organized the Global Marijuana March for the last 2 decades.
Nice.
Since the beginning, yeah. That's his best way for me to say who he is connecting to the Global Marijuana March. So, alrighty, let's get the next story here all lined up. And down in the U.S., they are doing a lot of smoking. I can tell you that because of the Mugglehead News has a report of the headline that says American pre-roll market burns bright the last fiscal year.
The pre-roll joints niche of the American cannabis market saw the largest increase in revenue among all categories during 23 to 24 fiscal year. Flower and vape pens are still dominant in the industry, but they generated relatively same amount throughout that period. This cannabis cigarette segment's recent success, I don't like them calling it cigarette, was in a report crafted by Custom Cones USA, the headset this week. For their white paper analysis, they pooled retail data from 12 states. Infused pre-rolls in particular are the #1 driving force of the niche's growth.
During the last fiscal year, the pre-roll sector saw 11.9% increase in revenue compared to the previous fiscal period between 2023 and 2023. This growth was higher than any other category. Beverage came in second with a basically 11% increase, and vape pens took spot number 3 with 3.4% increase. Meanwhile, pre-roll prices in the U.S. have declined by 16.5% on average since the beginning of the year.
Infused pre-rolls have become the dominant segment and go-to choice for consumers. The multi-pack is an unstoppable consumer force, Custom Cones USA said in their report. With the new markets opening to recreational cannabis every year, the pre-roll market shows no signs of slowing down soon. More than $4.4 billion was generated from pre-roll sales nationwide between January 23 and June 2024. Infused doobies, which currently account for about 44.5% of the pre-roll market share, raked in $1.75 billion in sales alone during that period. Monthly joint sums or sales sums steadily rose from $181.2 million in January last year to $257 million this June.
So when I add, because it says here that infused doobies, they said something. It raked in $175 billion in sales alone.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and there was $4.4 billion in pre-rolls. I wonder if that's the almost $2 billion of infused is on top of the 4.4, or whether it's included. I'm probably going to say it's probably included in 4.4. That's a lot of doobies.
It is a lot.
It's a lot of doobies.
And in my experience, I've bought plenty of them. I've never really been happy with one yet.
Yeah. Now, they also say that new data from British Columbia Liquor Distribution Board has shown that infused pre-rolls and other extract products have been rapidly gaining popularity in Canada. About 36% more vapes and infused pre-rolls were sold during the fiscal period ending in June than the 2022-23 fiscal year, and the LDB sold 45.5 kilograms of extracts and concentrates to BC residents during that time frame.
And infused pre-rolls first became available in Canada at the market at the end of 2022. Multi-packs with an assortment of flavors have become immensely popular in the country and south of the border.
Now, as far as you mentioned, you haven't found a pre-roll that you liked, eh?
No, I haven't, not yet. I will tell you one thing. I bought on the way to Ontario last time. I brought 9 pre-rolls, I believe it was, from Cannabis New Brunswick. I don't usually smoke joints, to say, okay? I bought 9 pre-rolls to take with me. And then in Ontario, I bought 6 more, I believe it was, maybe 9 more. The ones from Ontario were significantly cheaper and way better.
Oh, wow.
No comparison. Here I got 3 half-gram joints, which was literally a half a joint in 3 half joints in this big tube.
Bigger
and I thought I was
filter.
getting 3 full joints, right? So I got 9 of these half joints, and I think I paid around $22, somewhere around there. Now this was a year ago, so I might be a little bit off on that. But the ones in Ontario were 18, and they were full joints, 3 full joints. That was much better cannabis.
Wow, really, eh? Yeah. Well, yeah. I've bought a few pre-rolls, and I haven't been super fans of them. I've even tried some pre-rolls. The one probably enjoyed the most was Remo's supercharged joint. That one was enjoyed. But there was a lot that weren't. Now, we just did the pre-roll judging category for the Karma Cup, and there was a couple in there that people enjoyed that were at the table.
I'm going to
And
say
there was other,
generally-
and then there was other joints. That there was actually some joints that they just said put it out.
I think from the Karma Cup, you're probably going to get a better product than you would just walking into a store off the street.
Yeah, and it comes from the licensed producers, so you don't know who it is when you're judging it, and you would hope that they would put their best foot forward, being that it's trying to bring in more customers.
Were you
and that's one way to
disappointed
do
in any
that.
of the pre-rolls from the Karma Cup?
Pardon me?
Were you disappointed in any of the pre-rolls from?
Yeah,
the
there was. Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was. Yeah, there were some that we all just agreed. Okay, let's put it out.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's-
like there was 1 or 2 that were like that. There was a couple that people were complimentary on, and there were some that just really just. And we believe some of it comes down to the paper that is used in the pre-roll.
Okay.
You got a sucky paper, you could have a sucky joint.
True.
Right.
Very true.
Yeah. And which on the Karma Cup was a question about the paper. There was a
Okay.
question about it. Yeah.
So maybe they should use a standard. Everybody use the same one.
Oh, well, I don't know. Gazette. That's all I can say. Which papers? All right, on to the next story. This one comes to us from the Ottawa Citizen. This is an opinion piece by somebody by the name of Johnson. He says, Canada's cannabis use has become a serious problem.
In the 21-month period from January 2020 to September 2021, more than 350 children under the age of 9 were rushed to emergency rooms across Canada for the same reason, cannabis poisoning. Years ago, advocates of cannabis reform argued that if we legalized, even normalized the drug, everything would be fine. The drug was harmless. The black market would disappear. We'd have a gusher of tax revenue. Law enforcement resources would be freed up. The kids would be okay. There'd be no cost to healthcare system, and it even had medicinal benefits. How wrong they've been.
Well, what do you think of that?
I think it's bullshit from the first word.
As the first major Western country to legalize cannabis, Canada has been a fascinating experiment for researchers. Numerous scientific studies are now available with us as the subject. A 2022 study in the New England Journal of Medicine concluded legalization in Canada is associated with marked increases in hospitalization for cannabis poisoning in children.
I'm really curious as to the numbers now, because we're a few more years into this. That was when it was brand new, legalized recreational.
Yeah, it's been legal. It's been legal for medical use for the last for over 20 years, 20 going almost 25 years. And when people are responsible, you don't have the issue of children getting.
No, you don't. And I have 5 children myself, and I can tell you, not one of them has ever been cannabis poisoned.
No.
So,
yeah.
Here are a few more startling and sad facts. Drug driving is now a significant factor in serious car accidents, according to a recent study published by the University of British Columbia. Canada has the second highest rate of cannabis use in the world, just behind Papua New Guinea. Wow, New Guinea beats us.
New Guinea, who knew?
Yeah.
That's a cannabis world. I didn't know that. Prevalence of use by youth has increased by 19% since legalization. I'm sure there's reports that say otherwise. Yes. Cannabis use disorder in 18 to 24-year-olds has increased since legalization. Okay.
Hospitals have seen massive increases in ER visits for cannabis-induced psychosis, severe vomiting, and acute pregnancy care. I don't know why you're smoking cannabis at the end of your pregnancy. That's kind of weird to me. This is increased evidence that regular cannabis use, particularly in youth, may cause serious health problems, including psychosis, anxiety, depression, altered brain function, and addiction. Especially among those with predispositions.
Even before legalizations, cannabis use steadily increased over the past 30 years, more than doubling since 1985. Consistently, cannabis-related ER visits by use climbed almost 50% before 2023 and 500. Yeah, right, 500%. Sorry, 500. That's even 10 times. Between 2003 and 2017, with increases both in severity and length of stay, according to a published study in the Canadian Medical Association Journal. So it went up 500%. Well, it was in those 14 years while it was illegal.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
I wonder what it's been since then.
I don't like. What's he trying to say? So keep going.
If you think pot shops seem to be more prevalent than Tim Hortons, you're right. There are more than 3,600 legal cannabis shops across Canada, not including the ubiquitous illegal ones, edging out the 3,584 Tim Hortons. If Tim's was one of our national retailers, that title now goes to the pot shop.
Hang on, Mr. Buddy. There, he's throwing all the cannabis shops into one. Whereas he's only throwing one coffee shop. Why don't you throw all the coffee shops in the mix, right?
And I guarantee you, they outpaced the cannabis shops by about 10 to 1.
Yeah, and
there's not a street you can drive down in any city in Canada without one coffee shop on it. Not one street.
Yeah, and let's not get into the addiction of caffeine. All right.
Wow.
So keep going.
As anyone knows, you often can't walk down the street in Canada without breathing in rancid pot smoke. There's another thing right there. I happen to absolutely love the smell of burning pot.
Oh, and it was here in Ontario that was decided by, and those are provincial decisions, and it was done by a conservative government here in Ontario. So
yeah. You can't take your children to a pro sports game without walking through a cloud outside the gates. I've gone to many Blue Jays games. I don't remember ever walking through a cloud.
Oh, I've watched the crowd I've watched the crowd walk through the cloud of a Blue Jays game when we were forced to stand out in front of the Metro Toronto Convention Center in order to consume cannabis during a cannabis event.
And I have personally walked in, like at car shows, outdoor car shows. I have walked right down the middle of the aisle smoking a joint, and I have never once ever received a bad compliment. The only compliments I ever got was kind of a startled look that I was doing it, and it smells great. That's all I ever got.
There you go.
As anyone knows, Some streets and parks reek of pot, with addicts magnifying the climate of decay and disorder in our cities. Wow.
Things have gotten out of hand. To reclaim our streets and parks, smoking pot in public should be a finable offense. The black market is flourishing, contrary to predictions of legalization. One thing of the cannabis market is still controlled by criminals, according to the government estimates. Police budgets are higher than ever. No savings there.
What about all the people that aren't in jail? What about all the people that the police never had to arrest?
Yeah, and go arrest
I guess
other people
those
for
people don't
serious
count?
crimes. Yeah,
Wow.
no, it doesn't count for this article.
I think this guy here, well, no, I shouldn't say that.
I'll tell you who he is when we get down to the end.
Okay. And what about the projected revenue windfalls from taxing the sale of cannabis? It didn't happen. According to this Statistics Canada, the net income to public coffers in 2022 and 2023 was 1.9 billion. Okay, that's nothing. When spread across the 13 federal, provincial, and territorial governments, that's a physical grain of sand. I'm calling BS on that. 1.9 billion is not a grain of sand. It's doubtful it even covers the added healthcare costs from the increased drug use.
And for some bizarre reason, our cash-starved military is spending almost $200 million per year buying cannabis for veterans under the rubrics of healthcare, despite scant scientific evidence of any therapeutic benefit.
Wow, I guess PTSD is not good enough for that guy.
No. As bad as governments have been fleeced, it's nothing compared to losses among investors in the industry. A study by the law firm Miller Thompson estimated that losses of more than $131 billion. That investment could have been deployed more productively elsewhere in the economy.
Add to this mess the obvious and tragic failure of the safe supply strategy towards other drugs, with its increased crime, parks littered with needles, and opioid overdose deaths since 2016, soaring to a gruesome 40,000 with no end in sight. The benefit of hindsight, we should now look clear-eyed at the data and up the healthcare costs, billions in lost investments, pot smoke fouling our streets and parks, drug driving, poisoned children, an unstoppable black market, higher teen usage, drug-fueled crime, and opioid epidemic, and the shattered families and destroyed lives. Show them to me.
Let's face reality. The decades-old drug legalization movement that downplayed the serious harms of drugs and led to pot legalization got us here. Where did it go? I moved. Heavy-handed law enforcement might not be the solution. Education and prevention must be paramount, but we need a new attitude, a new approach to solve Canada's drug problem. This is by Mark Johnson. He's a general counsel who has worked in the private sector. He was a conservative candidate in Toronto during the last.
And he does not plan to run again.
And he does not plan to run again. But that gives you, like he said several times, like wow, bullshit, wow. I'm just a guy doing this news show here, and I know more than this idiot about it. And if you're writing an article, give me some real facts. He's telling me that families have been ruined, that there's drugs everywhere, that the whole place fucking smells and stinks of pot everywhere. And I'm calling bullshit on 90% of that article. And he blames the opioid epidemic on cannabis legalization.
Yeah, I couldn't understand that one either. Well, we could all blame it on cat litter. It's the same bloody
I know the problem is clothing. Everybody goes into those stores wears clothing. That's everything that's the same.
Well, we'll have to make everybody naked then. Mind you, we live in Canada. We do need clothing at least half the year.
We do, just to stay warm. So yeah, there you go.
I have never on this program I've been doing for a few years now. I have never read an article that negative on every single facet of cannabis.
I should have started out with a warning at the very beginning. Reefer madness alert. Reefer.
That is exactly what it reminded me of. That article is reading Reefer Madness. That's what you're doing.
And this is
Insane.
something that was just published.
I don't
This
even
isn't
know
something-
who
this
the hell
isn't
did
something
that
from the-
article, man. That was
that?
Ottawa Citizen.
And that, yeah, that
I'm
was an
so-
opinion. That was an opinion piece from that fellow. So, alrighty, on to the last article of the day. This one comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says: Indigenous-led campaign aims to legalize medical marijuana in Wisconsin.
Right now, there is no bill up for legalizing cannabis in our state, said Rob Perro, who's the Wisconsin-based founder of the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association and the owner of Cannagenerous, which focuses on providing high-quality hemp-derived CBD products to Native American communities. Perro spoke during Tuesday's morning press conference in the Capitol. We know that we've been sort of stuck in the middle of a prohibition island here between these three other states surrounding us, where our citizens are having to make a choice of whether to really commit a crime to go get their medicine and bring it back to the state.
There you go. Would state laws allow them? Because they were talking about having the states only. How is that? State rights on the cannabis issue, and let the states decide what they do. And this was the question.
And this is what we were talking about on one of the earlier articles.
It's a crime. It's a crime to go from state to state with cannabis. Would that remain if they turn around and say, okay, the states can do what they want? Would there be any changes to federal law? Would that remain?
I don't think nothing can be done unless they remove it from Schedule 1.
Yeah, but even if they go to Schedule 3, they still can't go to interstate commerce with it. You can't go to another state. Let's say it's quicker for you to go because you're close to the border of one state to go to your friend's place who's got a store over in that state versus going to the one that's maybe half an hour away from you.
Yeah, and I can see the police sitting right at the state line.
Yeah.
So you look like you might smoke pot. I'll pull you over.
They can make the states rights, sure, but they got to do something still federally. And this is a perfect example. So, okay, continue.
Perro spoke during Tuesday morning press conference in the Capitol. We know that we've been sort of stuck in the middle of prohibition. Oh, sorry, I just read that one. Perro joined other Indigenous leaders, state elected officials, and affected Wisconsin families at the Capitol Tuesday to announce a public awareness campaign called Wisconsin Wellness. The new Indigenous-led effort will call for the legalization of medical cannabis in Wisconsin and work to increase access to communities across the Badger State.
Perro says, we understand the need. We know veterans with PTSD, people with debilitating ailments, chronic pain. This is an adult choice, a responsible solution to bring medicine to our state, to really benefit our communities, and to make them well again. Christian White Ingle, District 2 representative for the Ho-Chunk Nation and one of the directors of Wisconsin Wellness, said on Tuesday that it's long past time for Wisconsin to accept cannabis legalization. I think it's time that we end that prohibition. We allow this to be a choice for people who need this medicinal cannabis for their lives.
White Eagle recalled the struggles of her own grandfather, who survived being a prisoner of war during the Korean War and did 2 tours in Vietnam. This would have been really his lifesaver for not only his relationships with his family, but in his own state of mind and his wellness, she said, adding, if we had the ability to help our veterans in that way, it would have been crucial for many relationships that he had.
White Eagle said it is imperative that Wisconsin becomes a state of choice for medicinal cannabis. Ending cannabis prohibition in Wisconsin has grown more and more popular over the years. Public opinion surveys have shown that 84% of respondents in Wisconsin support medicinal cannabis, with 62% supporting recreational legalization. In November of 2022, non-binding ballot initiatives in half a dozen Wisconsin communities asking whether cannabis should be legalized statewide passed with an average of 75% of voters supporting legalization.
And what seems to be ample support among the public, however, has not convinced the legislature. Assembly Speaker Robin Vos, who's a Republican, has proudly supported a Republican-crafted bill which would create what he called one of the most restrictive programs of state-run dispensaries in the country. A very limited number of dispensaries would only provide cannabis in the form of a pill, tincture, topical, vapor, or edible form to patients who suffer from a select number of chronic ailments. Those would include cancer, epilepsy, HIV, AIDS, glaucoma, post-traumatic stress disorder, severe chronic pain, severe muscle spasms, severe chronic nausea, multiple sclerosis, inflammatory bowel disease, and terminal illness with a life expectancy of less than a year.
No flour, no concentrates.
No.
The bill has failed to pass in past legislative sessions, in part because it is so highly restrictive. Hear, hear. Meanwhile, bills to fully legalize cannabis have also been shot down without a public hearing. Senator Melissa Agard, who joined the press conference Tuesday, recalled introducing the very first bill to legalize cannabis in 2014. Not long afterward, Agard was invited by the St. Croix tribe to discuss their own vision of how cannabis could help their people.
And we shared our stories. We learned that we shared values from those conversations, said Agard. Back then, she recalled, people would approach me in hushed tones and talk about from behind their hands saying, I think what you're working on, wink, wink, nod, nod. Today, people are much more vocal about their support for cannabis legalization, despite an enduring sense that even having the conversation creates a stigma. Wisconsin is one of the 12 states with no form of legalized cannabis. Agard hopes that campaigns like Wisconsin Wellness will bring this conversation out of the shadows and into our main streets across the state of Wisconsin. Nora Lowe, who suffers from seizures and is wheelchair bound, is one of the Wisconsinites pushing the conversation along with her family. 6 years ago, Lowe set out to get an advisory referendum for medicinal cannabis on the Sauk County ballot. It passed, yet her mother and caregiver Megan said on Tuesday, we're still sitting here 6 years later with no action.
Meanwhile, Nora has had to watch as all of her friends and neighboring states freely access medicine that helps them. She says their lives have been incredibly improved. So she could be seizure-free if we drove 75 miles another direction. And I don't want to have to move out of my home state. We need action now.
Each year, Wisconsin loses over $36 million in state revenue across the border as residents travel across state lines in search of medicinal cannabis. Legalizing and taxing cannabis in Wisconsin, just like we already do with alcohol, will ensure that we have a controlled market that is safer for our communities, said Agard, and provide opportunities of health and security for people like Nora and other folks across the state of Wisconsin. Although there are pharmaceutical options available to help control seizures, chronic pain, and other conditions, Nora's family said they are not as effective or as safe as cannabis. Just by using hemp, Nora's family has been able to take her off 4 pharmaceutical medicines, using CBD and just one other seizure medication.
Just think, $36 million of state revenue across the border to get medicinal cannabis. That's a lot of people risking jail time.
Yeah, and the most I'm worried about is this poor lady who can see her friends getting treatment across the border 75 miles away, but can't access it. How cruel is that?
People, that's a lot of people. $36 million worth of people that are risking for cannabis. And watching your friends for sure. That's not. I can see where it's disappointing for sure. Now, Nora's father, Josh, he says that we could get off the anti-seizures med if we had THC more readily available, which is what really helps her condition, at least from our understanding at this point. It's all about having the right to try something that's natural, right? Because what we found out when we went down the pharmaceutical was, oh, here's this thing, but it causes this thing. And, oh, here's another medication to fix that thing that we just caused. Oh, bang right on.
Yeah.
Yes. And you're just plugging holes to leaks that keep popping up from that medication. Bang on. I
Yeah.
don't know how many times I was prescribed something because the side effects of something else.
I haven't had the experiences like you have, but I have read many stories about people who
Yeah.
have had those experiences,
Yeah.
and I can't even fathom keeping this away from people who are having seizures and stuff. I just don't understand the cruelty of people
Oh,
to be able to
yeah.
do that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, by
By
go
comparison,
ahead.
the side effects associated with cannabis, such as sleepiness, relaxation, decreasing depression, and increasing appetite, are things that we're desperately searching for our daughter, said Joslo. Cannabis has been shown to have a wide variety of applications, from helping to treat cancers, chronic pain, and even autism and addiction to opioids. Nora's father said during the press conference that although they don't support the very restrictive Republican-backed bill, it would still be better than what's happening now, said Joslo said. Do I think that it's a good bill and that should be passed? Not necessarily. But I do think it would have helped somebody in the state, especially our children who are medically fragile, who are probably the most vulnerable and the most overlooked in this whole conversation. It would absolutely would have got her medicine. Yep.
And they had products that they said that they were going to limit that obviously were non-smoking products. So it wouldn't be as if a child was being forced to smoke cannabis like it was here at one time in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I've lost where we were.
He hopes that people of different political beliefs in the state can work together to at least get on the path towards a different medical bill.
Agard stressed that with all policymaking, the devil's in the details. It's not clear whether the restrictive Republican bill would have been good, bad, or even constitutional. Having legislators in a back room coming up with the bill so that they can put it forward and simply be able to say on a piece of literature, I'm running for office, and one of the successes was that I introduced a bill to legalize cannabis, knowing that it was not in good faith effort that was even going to move forward. Feels like a nasty trick to families like Nora's, when literally her health and the well-being of people like her is on the line. It's not okay, Agard said. What we are doing in the state of Wisconsin is creating a scenario where people are felons because they are taking care of themselves and the people who they love the most.
Mm-hmm. Until the states take action, some local communities are choosing to take their own steps. In Milwaukee, Madison, and some other areas, possession of under an ounce of cannabis has been deprioritized by local law enforcement. In the city of Milwaukee, the Fire and Police Commission also supported policy preventing officers from searching a vehicle simply based on the smell or presence of burned cannabis. And I think that's a lot to do with that is a catch-all. The police can stop you and automatically say they smell cannabis, even though they don't, and then search anything they want, which is complete BS to me.
We're getting a little long in the tooth, so I've shut that story down.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was a really interesting story.
Yeah. Now, in it, they talked about the benefits when it comes to the opiate end of things. And let's go to the previous story, which was the opinion piece by Mr. Johnson. It talked about how it's been bad for the opiate thing. It led it to be worse, without even realizing that down in the U.S., several states have saved money because of cannabis when it comes to drugs, prescription drugs, so on and so forth. And that the number of deaths caused by opiates drugs have gone down. My own example is that I've only prescribed opiate drugs while I was hospitalized in the last 21 years. Instead of being prescribed opiate drugs, what the public would have paid for, I chose to use cannabis, thus saving the public money.
I also think you might have saved your own life too.
I completely agree. I just hadn't gotten to that point. Completely agree. I got quite often I'll say I didn't become a stat.
Yeah. It's the opposition of these two articles is insane. I'm glad we had them together. I wish we would have spent a little more time, or I would have known it was that long, that article. I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, it's a Marijuana Moments article.
Yeah.
They are always long.
Yeah.
Yeah. All righty. Well, other than that, anything you got to say before we depart?
Peace.
All right, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today and for our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. And in closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Deb, is yours? Adam.
What?
Adam.
This is no stop situation. Number 5.
We got half an hour to 420.
Holy.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I'm going already. Thanking all breeders, cultivators, lovers of the master plant, cannabis breeds, passion, and homostasis. CB2 receptor inhibits SARS-2. She is medicinal treasure to trove, peace, and love. And that comes to us from
No insurance.
Eddie-O.
Be careful. Be careful.
Okay, we've opened up the end.
So we're on number 5 then.
We're on number 5.
Very nice to look at.
Next. Really?
Raw filter.
Wow. You spotted that. There's no cannabis that's going to leak out. You know, like the
They're pretty much put in shaker machines anyway. It's not like the hand rolling.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to transfer to smoking. I did find one part of it appealing. But that spot.
Yeah, they're not specific to what you visually see when they ask you the question, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's a pretty broad question.
Selection.
It
It
has
has
a lot of
the rolling paper. If you got any qualms with the rolling paper, that there's that question all on its own.
Yeah.
So there.
All right.
Yeah, film
Number 5.
Dry inhale test is all done. Okay, if everybody is done with it, it is time to light the doobie. Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Number 2.
People
Quality of roll.
haven't had an opportunity.
Quality
yet.
of roll.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Selection of paper.
I couldn't taste anything.
Number 3.
Oh, man,
Selection
really,
of paper.
I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I thought it was probably close to number 2 of the
Selection of filter.
of the ones that we've done.
Selection of filter.
The last 2.
That's very close.
Yeah, I'll give that a 9.
The dry inhale.
I got a 6 on that one.
Right, and it's coming around for the next one here soon.
You haven't got number 6 yet?
I know we got later. Need some fire.
I don't know what number you're going to give the paper selection then.
I've already gave a couple of that one with
So how's your papers, Al?
I didn't like that.
What are you using?
Ziggy's. I have Ziggy's. I have, of course, Gazay and some Canadian lumbers. I honestly wish I had some Gazay 1 1/4 though. I like the bigger paper.
I can see some oil. On already. This is a good thing.
How's the cookies? Kicking in?
Oh no, I haven't ate very much of it. I don't want to get chocolate chip cookie all over the joints.
Yeah, it might make it
throw off the taste test.
Make them taste better.
Same butter I made with cookies last time.
I think Al's winning the choking contest.
Running first. This is that hard on you?
Smoking experience. Harsh. Roll it in.
I had a friend when I was living in Mount Forest that would cough so much you literally had to go, dude, breathe.
Oh, that is mild.
Yeah.
You okay, Al?
Tastes like it smells.
Okay. Up here, eh?
I don't think the ash is as dark as some of that first couple.
You don't need CPR or anything, Al? You're good?
It's dark.
Harsh to smooth.
It is dark.
What's that, Al?
You don't need any CPR or anything? You're good?
No.
No.
Okay.
Ash color.
Right.
If you say so.
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Not pleasant. Pleasant.
I enjoyed it.
Enjoyable. Not enjoyable. Yeah, I think that's the same question.
Almost 6 again.
And what do you buy?
Like there was a lot of white ash in indica buds, but I'm not seeing a white ash in these pre-rolls.
We're 2 more to go.
It's oily. There's a bit of an oil ring on the outside.
There is, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when Adam left. Yeah, I give you that. Okay.
Tiny ball.
No.
It's better now. Yes. I'm not going to give you.
All right, I'm on to number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6. Okay, well, number 5.
It's still burning.
Coming around. Man.
Is that it we're talking about right there?
Yeah.
When you got?
Yeah.
Take your time, Al.
Just take my time, man.
Take your time. There's more
It's
to
not
be.
4:20 yet. It's 4 o'clock. We got 20 minutes. We
And
got
it's
two
going by then, should we?
What time is it?
Huh?
It's 3:59.
Well,
So we got
it's
20
going by
minutes. The
then.
clock is on. Tickety tock, tickety, tickety.
That's
tock.
right. That's right. We'll be here in 20 minutes. Whether the samples are done or not, I don't know.
They're still blocking the doorway way out there at the road. We're longer than that.
Wayne said on the way here there was a ride program.
Yeah, on my way
Down
in
the
48 here, just up the road.
Wow.
But that was hours ago now. They've moved on.
Yeah.
Depends how much you're getting paid for the day.
They got the locals that are going up to the convenience.
Yeah, I was thinking it was an awfully weird place for him to be.
Smoke responsibly, people.
They're what?
Yeah, because at the end of the road is a town that has a store with booze in it.
Really?
With alcohol, yes. Yeah, it's a convenience store.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been looking for Mike's Hard.
I wanted Caesars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just down the road. It's not that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I drove out to the Red
No,
Barn
when
in
you-
Roseneath last night. The
when you
shelves
get-
were empty.
When you get to the tea,
Roseneath. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
when you get to the T in the road,
Yeah.
turn left. It's actually the continuation.
Not the way I came, the other way.
Correct. You wanna go left when you get out to the county road,
Yeah.
and that'll take you to a T, and you make the left, and that takes you up to the store.
What is it, like 10 minutes?
Huh? You can't miss it. It's a big store.
5-10 minutes? Huh?
Probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I ended up buying a big bottle of vodka and a bunch of lemonade, so I'm good.
Okay, so has everybody got their stuff submitted on number 5?
Bingo!
No, we're on 6 now.
Yeah, I know. I haven't started it yet. We did. I'm just waiting for 5.
Number 5, number 6, you mean? Right.
We're on to
Time
number
for 6.
Eh?
Yeah, time for 6.
Time for 6.
Move around, boys.
Move around. How you doing? How was the lounge?
The lounge is amazing. Boveda and their products and how they sponsored this lounge. Kudos to Boveda. Loving the consumption vibe in Canada. Being an American, coming to Canada and just being able to experience real quality tested products of so many different varieties and of so many different cultivators and processors and different products that we just don't have. And it's just such a total experience here in Canada. And I love Canadian cannabis. So Nikki and the Plant is all about advocacy and educating and bringing awareness to invisible disabilities and invisible
Exactly. And some people think, well, people are aware about medical cannabis, but there's a lot of people out there, and there's still a lot of people who don't know.
So many people don't know what they don't know. And when I say that, I genuinely mean it because I was one of those people. I was very much, I was a nurse and I got hurt with a traumatic brain injury. And if you would have told me your child was using cannabis to manage their seizures, I would have called Child Protective Services. You would have been in jeopardy of losing your child because of my misinformation. And now that I know it, I literally can't stop talking about it. And I literally share it. I don't care if I'm on a bus, I don't care if I'm on a plane, a train, talking to the I just live.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. And I even wear cannabis shirts out and about in the general public because I believe a t-shirt is like a walking sidewalk sign, and it creates a conversation. You could be in line at a grocery store or a close convenience store.
So we have in the States, a big brand is Buy Weed from Women. And so when you have a Buy Weed from Women bag on you, I can't even tell you how many conversations that starts. It's a really big thing. I really need them to polka dot it for me though, because legit cannabis connects my dots, and that's my brand. So if we could get a polka dotted accessory bag, I think that would be great. Buy Weed from Women. Well, everything about me is polka dots, Al. I mean, cannabis connects the dots. So my card has all these terpenes on it, and it allows people to learn about terpenes and minor cannabinoids and bioavailability. So
That's nice, very nice. That's a card.
yeah, people save it. So
Yeah, it's important information that's on there. So many people just think of THC.
that's the mistake. This market, especially in Canada, is obsessed with high THC numbers. Like America is kind of calming down from that compared to what Canada is. They're learning about the cannabis terpenes and the different aspects of the plant. It's not just about one component that quote makes you high. I don't care if it's 15%. If it's got the right terp profile for me, it works phenomenally. So it's all about those terps, Al.
Yeah, very important, very important. All right, Nikki, I'm gonna let you go. You can move on, and we'll be in touch. All right, bye bye. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Singing because she learned how to unmute her mic.
Figured it out. I was like, I'm going to sing. I know how to do this now.
Hi, welcome to the 420 Radio Show. I am Al, and today we've got a guest. Where's my guest button? My guest button is right. No, that's not me. That's me. There she is, Sherry Ann Baker. We got the Baker girls today. Sherry Ann is
no
here
no
to
relation.
Tell
No.
us.
Although she is my sister from another mister.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another mister. Is that how you girls say it?
Well, it's sister from another mister and brother from another mother.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, I don't know about the sister thing. Although my sister is from another mother because we're both adopted. So.
Okay.
Are you
And a
really?
different mister.
Yeah, we both.
I didn't know that.
Me either.
You've only been here how long, Marcel?
Fucking forever.
Yeah, I didn't
And
know
I-
this either.
And I did not know you were adopted.
It's fucking
Both of
embarrassing, Marcel, on you.
Yep.
I was dropped off by
think
the
so.
store.
It's
Right? My parents never had sex either.
No.
It's never something that I questioned.
And look, we've already lost Darcy.
No, he's fucking
Darcy's
there.
here.
There he is.
Darcy's been here the whole time. He just didn't have his
Hey, this will go good with our guest, actually, Al. With what I'm doing right now.
What are you doing?
I'm filling syringes.
Oh. Yes,
We
please.
should tell people a little bit of background on Sherry-Ann.
She's got a bigger one. Actually, he has a bigger one.
Before we get too involved into the chit chat section of the show and actually like find
60 grams.
We know
I
who
did not-
Sherry-Ann is, but
You
some
know
of
what?
you guys may not.
Everybody's talking over everybody, and I didn't hear a word you said, Mary Jane. Why don't you try it now?
Oh, okay. So for those of us that don't know Sherry-Ann, because some of us do and some of us don't, so why don't, before we get too far into the show, let's tell people a little bit of background about who Sherry-Ann Baker is.
Or she could herself.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Sherry-Ann. I was diagnosed with Oakley glioma, stage 2 brain cancer on in August of 2017. I was told that if I did chemo and radiation and had brain surgery, I would live 5 to 10 years. If I refused to have chemo and radiation, but still did the brain surgery, I would probably most likely die in 2 years. So they're basically saying you got to do the chemo, the radiation, and the brain surgery. And I said, absolutely not. I was 46 at the time. I like to say I was old enough to know better, to not go that route. I mean, it's clear what radiation does to a body. So to me, it never made sense. Knowing that I would eventually have cancer, and the reason I say it is it's in my family. So I wasn't surprised. I was just surprised at 46 I got it. But yeah, definitely no chemo or radiation for this girl. And when I got diagnosed with the brain cancer, I had heard about Rick Simpson oil. And so that's where I basically did all my research, started talking to people who actually did use Rick Simpson oil. I started talking to growers, actually more growers than actually people who were doing it at the time, because this was pre-legalization and I was living in Alberta at the time. So I had grown up in BC. So in BC, everybody knows there's lots of weed there. So we actually in Nelson at the time, you could actually pre-legalization, there had so many weed stores down there. And I had seen Rick Simpson oil from going in those stores prior to being diagnosed with brain cancer. So I knew what it was, but you just like anybody, you really don't find out as much as about it until you get sick like me. Yeah. So I went down to Nelson, and it's just amazing because as soon as you start telling people who grow cannabis that you're going to use Rick Simpson oil as a medicine, they get so goddamn excited because I think they kind of use us as a guinea pig, and I know that because I've been doing this for 7 years, which is fine by me because I'm not doing the alternative. I'm just doing natural Rick Simpson oil. So I was, come on, they're telling me I'm going to be dead in 2 years. I had nothing to lose, right? So, and even my doctor, he's like, when I said to him, like, I don't want to lose my hair and everything, he's like, it's only hair. But doctors don't realize, especially bald ones, that hair means a lot to a woman. It's our identity. So for them to brush that off and it's just, to me, it didn't make sense. Why? I'm not going to leave my house if I have chemo radiation because I'm
feel like I'm going to look ugly, or I just didn't want that option. So that's when I went down to Nelson, started talking to the growers. They started giving me oil. I started gobbling it up right on the spot. I never got sad. I was just, I never got scared, believe it or not, that I was going to die from cancer, because I never felt sick. I'll back up a little bit and tell you how we discovered my brain cancer. I had a grand mal seizure, and an hour prior to that grand mal seizure, I didn't smell toast, but I did smell a very odd smell, and it stopped me in my tracks. And I remember looking up at my girlfriend's house, and it was on June 17th, I believe it was, or I think it was, sorry. Around that date anyway. I remember looking up at her roof and thinking, what's that burning smell? And then I just kind of brushed it off, like, okay, whatever, maybe just the early morning smells or whatever. So went into her house, got ready. We ended up going down to the local parade. And I remember it was right at the end of the parade, we stood up, and I didn't feel stoned. We all know that stoned feeling, but I felt like I was out of my body. That's the only way I don't know if you guys have ever been in a real high acid trip in your younger days where you felt that. Well, that's how I felt. And I didn't want to say anything to my girlfriend, right? I'm just kind of like standing there and just kind of like, okay, why do I feel like this, right? I just trying to put it together. And so automatically she's like, okay, let's go walk down the street and see who we can see. So I'm like, sure. So we start to walk, and as soon as I put my left foot down, it was no problem. But as soon as I put my right foot down, it was like it was water underneath. It was like a pool of water. Like there was no solid ground under my foot. So I literally almost like tripped, and then I got my balance, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And I remember looking down on the ground, kind of like, was I that close to the curb? And remembering I wasn't, but I was trying to figure out why it just happened. But it happened so fast that I just kept walking. So I go to step on my left foot again. No problem with my left foot. Right foot again, and bang, same thing again. And now my girlfriend's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, she's like, well, let's go to your car, or let's go. She said, let's go to my house and see how you feel. I'm like, no, let's just go to my car and we'll see how I feel. So from that time to walking 2 blocks, and I can actually, at this point where we're walking, I can kind of feel like I'm actually going further and further away. But I don't want to say anything to her because I don't know how to explain how I'm feeling, but that's how I felt. And I just remember thinking, okay, I got to get to my car. So we get to my car, and as soon as I stopped, I was paralyzed from the neck down. And so I'm standing there probably for 5 minutes, and my girlfriend is sitting there too busy texting everybody, didn't even realize I'm like standing there and I was paralyzed. So I'm like, I could at least talk. And I said, Lori, I can't move. I'm like, I can't move. And I just started to cry because I was frustrated. So she kind of jumps out of my car and she runs over, and she had to literally force my legs to walk over. I don't even know how my legs walked over, but they did. Got me in the car, rushed me to the hospital. As soon as the nurse came to get me, that was it. I don't remember anything. All I know is I had a grand mal seizure for 7 to 8 minutes.
Wow.
I woke up, I guess, 5 or 6 hours later. And then I remember waking up, and this is what I remember. I mean, I know that I woke up. So when I woke up, I was 16, okay? But I was actually 43, but I was 16. So I went back in time. And so, but ironically, when I woke up and I was 16, the same people were around me as they were when I was 16. So I was dating my common law husband was the same man I was with when I was 16. So when he came in the room, I mean, I wouldn't have been like, oh, who the hell are you? Because I wouldn't have thought it was weird because we were dating when I was 16. So yeah, so I guess I woke up, I guess I became conscious, they said, about, right after my grand mal seizure. So I guess around noon. So then that they gradually waited from me to get from 16, and then bang, at about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, I hit 46 again. So I was like, holy fuck. What? And you want to know the weirdest thing I thought about? Do I have clean underwear on? My mom always taught me to make sure you always have clean underwear on. But anyway, it's the weirdest shit you think about. Anyway, I woke up in there, and it was a very small town in BC, and they do not have MRIs. They're just CAT scans. So they could only see that I had a lesion on my brain. And for some stupid reason, and this is why I say take your health seriously, and if you not get the answers you think, push. So they told me I had a stroke. So for 3 days, I was in the Cranbrook Hospital in British Columbia, and I don't even know what the hell I was there for 3 days. I mean, I had the stroke on the Saturday, and they still had me there on the Monday doing all sorts of weird shit, but they were waiting for me to be there like another week before they could get an MRI machine. I'm like, let me just go back to Alberta and I'll figure it out. So that's what I did. I had to sign myself out. And that's when I started realizing what a gong show our health system is as well. Because I was just like, they weren't giving me answers. And so anyway, I went back to Alberta. I was living in Lethbridge. So I went back to Lethbridge, and once again, our health system is failing, and I couldn't even get an MRI. So I got sick. I'm pretty sure it was June 17th, and I couldn't get an MRI scheduled till August 17th. So ridiculous. But anyway, I ended up getting in to go see a neurologist at the beginning of August, and I just sat down with him. And within 5 minutes, he said to me, you have a brain tumor. I guarantee you got a brain tumor in your brain. And he said, just give me a sec. I'm going to call the Lethbridge Hospital, and I'm going to get you in to have an MRI tomorrow. And then I want you in on Friday for the results, and we'll go from there. So sure enough, I went and had my MRI on the Thursday. And they have a little, just so you know, I like to give everybody little hints. They have little windows so you can actually see out that little window. So I watched the technician, and when I saw him go like this, I knew something was going on in my brain. So I was, and also having that time from June 17th to being diagnosed, I had a lot of time to think about what could have been possibly going on with me. So I was prepared to know it was cancer, just never thought in a million years I had brain cancer. So sure enough, I go back in on the Friday. He goes, yeah, Sherry Ann, you got a fucking tumor the size of a golf ball in your brain, and it's grown, and it's so big. And then I felt it, and then I could feel it. And he goes, it's so big, it's got nowhere to go, and that's why you had a grand mal seizure. So in a good way, that was my wake up call. And that was the beginning of my journey with brain cancer. Yeah, and cannabis oil. And it's been great. And I know that sounds really crazy, but it's just opened my eyes to a lot of things in my life. And, you look at things differently and stuff. But I found out about the Rick Simpson oil. So let's jump back down to Nelson. So I went to Nelson, and all these growers they basically just sat me down and educated me on how it works and what I need to do. And they were just awesome. So I started taking Rick Simpson oil right then and there. And that was in August. And then I had, they scheduled me to have brain surgery on October 3rd. I must let you know also, I drastically changed my diet at that time. Lately, I've been slacking, but at that time, no sugars, carbs, fats, flours, or red meat. So basically, I juiced every day for 5.5 years. So I lost like 35 pounds in 3 months because I totally cleansed my entire body. Every poison in my body, I got rid of. So for 5.5 years, I still don't eat like terrible, but I need to kind of get back into really cleaning my body again, because I really do believe that really helped a lot. So anyway, had my surgery scheduled for October 3rd. A few important things people need to know when taking Rick Simpson oil, besides it kills cancer and it gets you nice buzz. It also lowers your blood pressure a lot. So you're going to be cold a lot from taking this medicine, but it's definitely worth it. But you also need to keep in mind that prior to any surgeries that you have, and if you're taking Rick Simpson oil, you need to stop dosaging a couple days prior, because if you go into surgery and your blood pressure is too high, they won't do your surgery. So yeah, you don't want to screw that up. So just be aware of that. But yeah, so I went, and I was very candid with my doctors right from day one. They were very excited. I had my brain surgery done by Dr. Kelly at Foothill Hospital in Calgary. One of the best neurosurgeons in all of Canada. So I was really, really fortunate. They don't shave your head in Calgary, so nobody even knew. No, they just shaved your hair. So I had 22 staples. So right here, they just did this little hairline T, and that's all. And you couldn't even tell. No, it was nice. So I went in. I had my
Calgary when I have to have my brain done.
Right. That's why I'm telling people, go to Calgary, because they don't shave half of your head. And so I
You've already shaved half my head. Anyway.
Yeah. Right. So on October 3rd, I went in, and I also, just so you know, I was still confident in the Rick Simpson oil, that I had talked to my doctors, and like I said, they were really on board with me using the Rick Simpson oil, because they said they had seen a lot of other patients going through the Foothills Hospital with really positive results using cannabis oil.
Your doctor said that?
The doctors, swear to God, said that. So they were very excited, as well as I was. And so I had said to them, I said, look, if you go in on October 3rd, you do that, because they do an MRI right before you go into surgery to see your progress. And apparently, and I didn't know this, but I said to them, if my tumor had, because I knew it was shrinking, in my heart, I could feel it. And I said, if you go into my brain or see that it's shrunken considerably, don't even do the surgery. Just don't do it. So when they seen the scalpel come out and all that, I only had 10 seconds before I was out, but I remember seeing the scalpel, and my heart was kind of broken, but it was whatever. I couldn't think after the 10 seconds because I was out. And anyway, I got out of surgery 7 hours later. So it was a 6.5 hour surgery, 22 staples to get that bugger out of my head. Very clean cut. They did my surgery like this, and opened my head like that. So it was like a flap. Went in, did their thing. I came out, I was missing my eyebrow. So obviously they did my surgery on my face, and I figure if you ever watched any of those shows, they're not gentle. Anyway, it was very successful. They got 97% of my tumor, which to them and to me, I was very happy with, considering it was so large. And I woke up after surgery, and it was funny because when I woke up, my hands were like this. And I've talked to other brain cancer patients that say the same thing. They woke up and their hands were really clenched together. I don't know if it's an angry thing, or I don't know. I don't know if it was when I was in surgery, if I was doing that. I don't know. But anyway, it took me months to talk my hands. That's the only way I can basically describe it, is you have to actually relearn everything. So I had to relearn to open my hands, even though it sounds weird. But I would wake up every day for months, like I said, and my hands would be like this. So I'd have to be like, stop, do this. Or even walking. I would always want to walk counterclockwise, and I could never walk the other way. But I realized it's just in my freaking brain. So you have to start training yourself over again. Doctors don't tell you this. When you have brain surgery, you have to relearn everything again. I'd wake up in the morning, and I'd literally have to grab my crotch and run to the bathroom, because all your nerves, everything is failed, right?
My cousin has had to go through that 6 times. She's got severe epilepsy.
Yeah,
And she's had several different ones, and every time.
And they never tell you any of this. They never.
She doesn't know who I am at all anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
The brain controls a lot in our bodies, and we don't even understand how, like, that tightening of the hands could literally be something that was a stress thing that was activated during surgery, that now it's just like every time you sleep, your body goes into this fight or flight mode, thinking this might happen again.
Absolutely. No, you're right. And you know what? It's funny that you say that, because when I walk, no matter what, if I'm getting out of bed or whenever I step, I always step with my left foot, because I'm always afraid that my right foot's going to give out on me again. So that is like PTSD. Like I'll always have PTSD now, right? It's just it's all just part of my freaking living with brain cancer. So anyway, so I had my brain surgery. So I wake up, I'm happy to be alive. My hands are clenched, but I'm still happy to be alive. I have my Batman shirt on. So my husband comes to visit me, and like, how you feeling? I'm like, good, man. I'm hungry. I wanna go for a walk. And he's like, you want to go for a walk? He just had brain surgery. I'm like, yeah. Can I get out of bed? Like, look for a walk. So he's like, let me ask the nurse, right? So the nurse is like, you want to go for a walk? And I'm like, yeah, well, kind of feel cooped up. I want to go for a walk. So they're like, okay, that's strange, right? Like, and I'm like, well, why is it so strange? Well, you just had brain surgery. I'm like, well, it must be the cannabis, because I feel good. So
how long after your first surgery did you go back?
I only had one.
Okay, so how long after did you go back on the oil?
The next day. I was kicked out of the hospital in 26 hours. I was so healthy that they needed the bed for other people. So they asked me if I'd like to go home. I'm like, yes, I want to go home and smoke a big joint, because I had a big headache, from the 22 staples that I just had put in my brain. Yeah. And, but yeah, like, I felt good. Like, I felt good. My head was sore because I was swollen, obviously, and the steroids. Oh, what a shitty feeling those things make you feel like. Like, if anything, I think it must be compared to, like, not fentanyl, but OxyContin. That's what my ex-husband took it for pain, and he said it was the worst feeling ever. But that's what I think steroids I would compare that to, and it made me angry. But I mean, it helped with the swelling. So I did the steroids like for 5 days after brain surgery, and then after that, I just said, fuck it, and just did Tylenol and strictly Rick Simpson oil, and that was it for the pain. I just dealt with it. It's just, and as far as like everything else, I was back in the gym probably within 2 weeks. I had lots of, I fell a lot. I still had a lot of trouble talking. I stuttered a lot. I cried a lot. I would get so frustrated because I go on the computer like 4 days after brain surgery, and I couldn't get it to work, and I would smash my computer. My mom would be like, just let her do it, everybody. Just let her do it, right? Just back off, because you have to, right? Because you're just going through all these emotions, but it's normal. My husband didn't think so much, and that's why I left him after 2 weeks. And it's just, now he realizes that he just didn't handle it well, and I don't blame him.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, I don't blame him. But I did try to warn him, and I tried to get him to read stories and stuff, but he'd be like, no, you'll be fine. Once you get it removed, you go back to normal. I'm like, no. Scott, first of all, the 3 things that left me that day was, and they warned me, I was going to lose my math skills. So I can't do math anymore. Like, I can still remember like math, like 5 + 5 is 10 and all that, but that's all memory. But I get very nervous when it comes to numbers. So I guess it's kind of like dyslexia a little bit. I have short-term memory, and I have a bit of a sway when I walked. So I tend to walk to the right.
It's called a swagger.
Yes. And, but hey, I'm still alive. Right. And, so people need to know that. And I kept trying to educate my husband on that, but he just thought as soon as I had my brain surgery and that tumor was out, that I should be normal. and it wasn't. So I realized, like, okay, what if I do only have 2 years to live? I need to like be happy. So, after so I had the brain surgery, everything went well. Now, I got 3% left. I got to get rid of. I kept
And
doing
you're on your own.
Yeah, yes. So I'm doing my Rick Simpson oil now. So from October 3rd, I go in January, say probably 3rd, 2018, to do my follow-up MRI to see where I'm at. I feel fucking amazing. Left my husband. Things are good. I'm packing my car. I'm moving back to Toronto. Start my life over. I'm in the gym. I'm like top member for being physically fit. People are like, you got brain cancer? That's just crazy. I'm telling them cannabis oil, cannabis oil, cannabis oil. And anyway, the day before my MRI, my doctor, my family doctor, who was from Africa, not very educated, and I'm not saying that because he's from Africa, I'm just saying he just wasn't educated on cannabis oil, because when I told him I was doing it, he told me not to waste my money. So same doctor is phoning me the day before my results to make sure I'm coming in. And I'm like, okay, I've had you for like 5 years and never, ever has he called me to remind me of an appointment. Now, to me, that was a good sign, but I'm very superstitious, and I didn't tell my husband because I didn't want him to get excited. And so I didn't say anything. So I go in the next day. And I'll be honest, I was a little nervous, but I was very confident in the Rick Simpson oil. So he gets me in there, and it was like he was screwing with me. He was like trying to avoid getting to the results. And then finally, I think I swore at him and said, Dr. Smith, what is the results? And he goes, gets a piece of paper and a pad of paper and a pen, and he sits down. He goes, what was that you used again? And I go, what is the results? He goes, it's gone. And I'm like, I fucking told you. We're hugging, we're jumping around in his little office. And it's been gone since for 7 years. I've been able to maintain and keep it gone for 7 years. And I started doing. At first, to keep an eye on it, they did MRIs for every 3 months. So I've done 18 MRIs in 7
I
years.
hate them. Never doing an MRI again. Nope.
I have it tattooed on my ankle. Every time it's like those prison marks.
Oh, cool.
But only one in the last year. So I graduated from 3 months to 6 months, and then up to a year. So I will be going in on October, I believe it's 18th. And it'll be my first MRI in a year. So, but I feel good. So basically, I just tell other people my story because it worked. It's not snake oil. And I hear that all the goddamn time, and it makes me so angry because I don't make any money doing this. So why would I sit there and tell people about my story if it didn't work? I would hate to feel guilty if anybody ever went this route. And I mean, I'm not going to say it works for everybody. I mean, because it's a system, right? You can't just sit there and eat chocolate bars every day and ice cream and sit on your couch and be and not be positive and want to help yourself. Like you got to do the Rick Simpson oil. This is Rick Simpson oil right here. You got to do the Rick Simpson oil, and you got to eat clean. You stay away from sugar. Sugar is the worst. You know what I mean? But don't give up. And you got to do your research. That's the biggest thing. I get a lot of people that have cancer that come to me and want all the answers. And it's like, you know what? I can tell you what I do. And that's all I can do. I can't promise you anything. You have to get on your own system, and you got to do what works for you. But you got to stay positive, and you just got to I mean, don't listen to the doctors. I mean, doctors only could tell you what they've been educated on. And most nowadays, a lot of doctors are bringing in a lot of alternative medicines, but they're getting right out of the hospital. They're getting into more alternative medicines in their practices. But otherwise, that's where the money is. The chemo and the radiations. I mean, that's why that's in the pharmaceuticals. And as long as they're prescribing and they're making lots of money. So that's why they prescribe all that shit to us. And I truly believe that they, I don't know. I'm not going to say that they're trying to quicken the process of killing us, but I kind of feel that way in a sense that
Hey,
they,
Lenny.
they,
Sherry Ann, you don't know this, but Lenny is a pharmacist.
oh, okay.
Well, I mean, the reality is the
Well, I've watched the
pharmaceutical
movies
industry-
with the pharmaceuticals making money off of us. So
Well, they don't make money if we're healthy. So there's no
Mhm.
money in making.
They are
better.
called pill doctors for a reason.
They manage.
Yeah, that's right. Pharmacists are schooled, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, Lenny. Pharmacists are schooled on drugs and how they interact with us. And that's what they know. Where a doctor is a practitioner, he practices what he's been taught.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Lenny
No,
has
Sherry Ann
how
said it correctly.
How often do you have to upgrade your learning?
Oh, it's bullshit. They just make you do 15 hours a year. It's pretty weak shit.
But you can do your own, right? And I know you do.
It has to be something that's certified by.
It's got to be
college,
credited.
But honestly, here's an example. I go do 4 hours of first aid recertification. That's 4 hours of. It's not much. Like it's.
Yeah.
No, Sherry Ann said it, and I don't know if you remember. I met Sherry Ann. I used to be with Churro Cannabis, so I've met her. So
I thought,
but
you
no,
might have,
but
actually.
no, but she's correct. Like the doctors only know what they know, and this is the fundamental flaw of medicine and healthcare. Is all things. Everyone talks about evidence-based medicine, and in the brains of these healthcare professionals is evidence-based medicine is a large third-party randomized controlled blinded trial, which is true. It's the best way to fucking do anything. But those things cost millions of fucking dollars.
Yep.
And why is it ain't the Canadian government or the U.S. government funding it, guys. It's a pharmaceutical company.
Damn right.
So even the pharmaceutical company is not inherently evil. They're
Yes,
out
they
to
are.
make money for their share. No, they're not. They're just out to make money for their shareholders.
Yeah, it's an umbrella. It goes down the chain.
Okay.
Yeah, but
and I can agree with that to a point, except for the pharmaceutical companies that now own the food manufacturing businesses.
I think that's more fucking evil than the pharmaceutical company.
They're all in it together.
Well,
but I
that's why
actually blame the food
pharmaceuticals
issue.
watch them. It's guaranteed business.
I blame
for
the food issue
pharmaceutical.
on. See, the food issue I blame on Health Canada and the U.S. Health Group. Like they should be, like anyone promoting the shit that they do for food is fucking toxic.
Right.
But no, but the drug company. The problem with a doctor or pharmacist or whatever is they think no one's told me about that. Show me the study. Show me the study. Cannabis or curcumin or whatever. It's not a patentable drug. So they're not going to go spend $1 billion fucking dollars. And, I can just go get it down the street. Look at the Epidoliax or the CBD 100 or Bedrocan or whatever the fuck made it. Or GW. They were selling it for $500. Did some studies. Great for some seizures for children and blah, blah, blah. I sell it at Optimus for $45. Same product, right?
Right.
So that's, and I'm not even trying to shit on GW Pharma. They try to do it the right way in their world, but it's a not patentable product.
Yeah.
And that's the inherent flaw. And most pharmacists or doctors haven't clued into that fucking thing. That even clinical guidelines and expert panels, they're just reading the studies.
Yeah.
Of randomized controlled trials, but the only randomized controlled trials that exist are the ones that pharmaceutical companies have done.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's they have to clue in. It's like there's pathophysiology and physiology and biochemistry and shit and and there's small weak studies and anecdotal shit, right? Like, who's your doctor that said, I see the results all the time? Was it an oncologist or the neurologist?
Who, mine? Mine's a neurologist.
I know it was a neurologist. A fucking oncologist would never fucking say that.
No, my oncologist, I fired him. Just so you know. Dr.
Yeah.
Mason at Princess Margaret Hospital, if you Google him, he's one of the top oncologists in Canada, and I fired his ass. So I fired his ass, and they called me and said, please don't fire the hospital. You can continue to come to the hospital and do your MRIs and get your results, but you can talk to our radiologist. Dr. Miller will deal with you, because she knows I don't like doctor. Because right from the get-go, she knew that he didn't agree with me doing the cannabis oil, and she did. So she would go, keep doing the flower. And she gave me the high five when I'd leave my MRIs all the time, or when I'd go in for my results. And Dr. Miller would be sitting in the and he'd be so angry because I'm still stable, right? And he's just he don't like
to
me.
be better, and that's the ego and the weirdness, and I think they're almost embarrassed. Is like, why is that working? Why don't I know that?
Yeah,
they
and
haven't put it together.
No, and they don't like it when I come to the when I come in for my results, because what happens is I end up sitting in the waiting room with all these poor sick people with brain cancer, and they look the part. And then here I am with full of tattoos, and I'm like, and I do try to. I get depressed when I go in there. Like I hate seeing the people like that, so I try to stay away. Not because I feel better. I feel bad for them. And then, so it happens almost every time. They'll say, so what are you in here for? And I go, I got brain cancer. And they go, you got brain cancer? And I go, yeah. And they go, why do you look so healthy? I go, I use Rick Simpson oil. And then right away, I can see my doctors, all their ears start going up. Oh my gosh,
My
she's talking
friend
about
Kelly,
Rick Simpson oil again.
I used to go with my friend.
And the
I used
patients
to
come
go with
out
my
and they
friend
want to know about
Kelly
it.
to a pain clinic, and we would sit there for 3-4 hours, and then I would have to sit there while she was inside the room. But the conversation always went to cannabis, and by the end of the session, the doctor's standing at the curtain looking at us, smiling, going,
Well, hey, I mean, if patients are asking me, I'm not going to lie, especially when they're sick, right?
If you're an educator, you have to tell people,
I do.
especially if you have a story behind it.
Damn right. That's kind of how I feel. That's how I feel why I'm still here. I feel like I have a message. I feel like that day, that Saturday, I was supposed to be home alone, okay? Just with me and my dogs. And if I would have been home alone, I'd have been dead.
What would have happened? Yeah.
I believe that everything happens for a reason. And I think this was kind of like this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to show people that, you know what? I thought the same thing too. Like when I used to hear about my friends getting cancer, it'd be like, oh my God, right? It's just a matter of waiting. Now I go, no, this is what you need to do. This is Rick Simpson. First thing you need to do.
Research.
Eat clean, and that's what I say. I go, don't just read what you read, and don't go, oh, a friend of my friend of my friend. I go to the real resource. Talk to actual patients. Talk to other people taking it. Talk to the growers. Talk to everybody, anybody you can, and that way you can actually see that it really works. And there's
most people just lay down and die. Most
What's
people lay down and die, and they don't take suggestions. Marcel
exactly
has
what they
a story, much like yours. MS. Would you say survivor, Marcel, or no?
What? Survivor?
You're an MS survivor? No, you're living
I was
with
supposed
MS.
to be dead in 2008, so
Yeah,
I survived.
yeah.
No, I'm very much.
What the hell is that, Darcy?
Who's eating?
Oh, it's me.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Apologize, Al.
It's usually Darcy.
It's because we
Go
can't
on,
see you.
Marcel.
That's why.
Sorry.
No, I
No,
did the
I'm
same
I'm a
thing.
little blind, and me, I have to really focus. With having brain cancer, I can't multitask anymore. I was the best administrative assistant you could ever have, and now
and having a meeting with me the other day and sending me pictures. Yeah, she can't multitask. You don't sell yourself short.
well, I do that. I go one by one. I can do that, but I can't. Before I could do have 8 different. I don't know. You just got to know.
So I just want to intervene right here and say I was talking. I just want to interject. I was speaking with Sherry Ann this morning. Yeah, interrupt, whatever you want to call it. That's what I do. I was speaking with Sherry Ann this morning, and we were talking about what do you say, exercising the brain. So
Yeah.
I know that you're constantly working on this.
Yes.
And I mean, like, some of the things that you've talked about that you do, I do those things. I haven't even had a brain trauma.
Right.
This is just my own lack of whatever everybody else seems to have. Like when you say that you can't turn to the one way,
Yeah.
when I go down the stairs, I get really dizzy when I go down the stairs. So I actually do this weird thing and I turn the other way when I get to the landing. Everybody who sees me go downstairs makes fun of me.
Okay. So your
But
little quirks.
I just want to say, like, it's good to see that you're constantly exercising your brain, because
Got it.
a lot of us don't, even
Yeah.
just with normal brains. I say normal because we haven't had traumas. Nobody has a normal brain.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean, though?
No, I do. Yeah. Yeah.
We should be exercising them. And I think,
It's
as
very
you say,
important.
like, I have trouble with these things. It's nice to see that you're still working on it. And
Yeah.
like,
Well, the writing, like I was telling you earlier, like, and a lot of us don't write anymore, and because I don't work, and even writing now, you don't much working, right? Because everything's a computer. So now when I even write, like I was telling Mary Jane earlier, when I write even simple things as my name, when I'm writing, I actually have to totally focus on writing my name, or I won't be able to write the SHERIAN, and I'll lose it along the way, and I'll just write she and then Y. You know what I mean? So I always got to totally focus on everything that I'm doing. So yeah, if you ever see me and I'm like really
I
focused
go
on
almost
something,
blind when I'm trying to write a check or something like that. I can't do it.
I know those are the worst. Those are the worst.
I have to think about my name because I changed my name when I was like 30 something. So it's a new name for me. But I didn't take into consideration that when you handwrite the name Mary Jane with an I, you get MARIJ. But when you have an IJ in handwriting, it actually looks like a Y.
Right.
Except you dot the top, the Y's. So when I sign my name, like you said, I have to think about signing my name. I have to think, sign your name Marianne. Sign your name Marianne.
That's why we call her
Sign your
Marianne.
name Marianne every time. So that way when I type, I sign Marianne, I just dot both of the tops of the
That's
Y.
crazy. Okay, yeah.
So like, as much as like when you said, I do this and I do that, I'm like, oh, I think I have a quote unquote normal brain, and here I am struggling with a lot of similarity to what you go through. So in saying that, I'm not saying, I'm trying to say, like, you've done a lot of work, man. Like, I wouldn't know you had a brain tumor. I wouldn't know that you're a survivor of cancer because, like you say, when you go into those rooms, you don't look the part.
No.
So, good for
Until you get to know me. Like like my girlfriend Rosaria, she comes to the lit with me. So she knows a lot of times when I go there, she'll just grab the little laptop that you have to fill in, and she'll fill all my information in, because she knows how I'll start to shake, and because I feel like they're looking at me, because everybody else can fill it in just like this. And then me, I can't even remember my postal code, and I've lived here for 4 years. I know it's M4 something. I think.
What's your phone number?
I can remember my phone number. I can remember. I have long-term memory, but I don't have short-term memory.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's crazy. So now all of a sudden I've just had short-term memory now. All of a sudden, but like it's really crazy on some of the things that you go through, right? And but it's always a learning. It's always learning. So I try to write as much as I can. Just everything. It's always learning, right? Like I said, even with my hands, it was so crazy that my hands were like that for so long. And, and it's funny, I was just talking to another friend of mine. He is 7 years, same thing, has I think he's stage 2 as well, glioma, brain cancer. He's a surfer in California. He's got 5 kids. He was pretty much given the same diagnosis. So me and him are both like waiting to see what's happening. We're both like challenging our doctors, like, come on, what's happening? He did the same thing, just surgery, no chemo, no radiation. He did a really amazing thing. He bought himself a school bus. rebuilt it into a home and traveled around for a whole year last year with his kids and homeschooled them and went everywhere in the States. It was so cool. And it's so amazing because I just found out today, he was taking Keppra like I was taking for my seizures. And I thought I was a little crazy. And I just talked to him today, and he actually is going to see his doctor to get off of it because he feels it's been making him crazy and suicidal for years. And no one's ever talked to me about that in the brain cancer world, about Keppra. And so I was really relieved to hear that today because I've been off of it for a year and I thought I felt a lot better. I felt like I haven't been as sad in the last year. And I was really, really happy to find out that it's Keppra. So if anybody out there is on Keppra and they got cancer and they're feeling the same way, get the hell off it. Go to your doctor. There's other medicines. Get off of it because, yeah, it's not
Any
good.
suggestions, Len?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Lenny, what do you think of that?
You don't stop your medications without talking to the doctors.
My doctors know. My doctors
No, but just in general, just
yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, I agree.
I'm more curious how long they left you on seizure medication after the tumor was removed. That whole time?
I still take a gram of Rixipstal.
No. I mean the anti-seizure medication,
like the Keppra or whatever.
I'm supposed to take it for the rest of my life, but I went off.
Yeah,
of it. I went off it on my own last year because I'm like, you know what? I had one fucking grand mal seizure, so why am I on it full time?
That's kind of where I'm going at. To me, they found the root cause of the seizure, which was the tumor.
Right?
I can see a few months or a year post surgery.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah. Anyway, I'm not a neurologist, not my scope of practice.
Yeah.
But I found that weird.
And you know what else? And why wasn't I warned? Why wouldn't any of my doctors have said, Sherry-Ann, Keppra will give you suicidal thoughts, will make you depressed?
That's in the pamphlet. You're supposed to read that.
Yeah, but
with the 200 other side effects.
Yeah, and the really small writing where you got to get the
that I couldn't even do when I first got sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like doctors need to have a little bit of responsibility as well. You know what I mean? No wonder I don't trust fucking doctors.
But
right?
if the doctor told you, you may psychosomatically develop those symptoms.
Why? No doctor ever told me that. No,
that's why they wouldn't do it.
And then
doctors don't tell you about side effects.
Well, you know what? You know what's funny that you say about that? Okay, so when right after I started taking Keppra, because now things are fucking late. I even messaged my husband today and said, "Look it, this is why I was crazy." So right after I had my brain surgery and I started taking the Keppra, we started fighting large. I mean, it was bad, like cops, everything. So finally I decided, okay, I'm done. I'm going to leave. And we were able to get to this agreement where, okay, I'm leaving and let's just live in the house together in peace until I leave. And we did that. But at one point we had a 5-day fight and I didn't sleep for 5 days. And he just was on me and on me. He disconnected my internet. He broke my laptop. Oh God, he's probably watching this. I'm sorry, Scott. It was.
That's right. It sounds like you guys are in a different space now.
We are. I just want other people to know that this, I believe now, was the fucking drugs and shit. It was the Keppra now. So anyway, it was bad. I tried to take my life. Well, I'll tell you the scenario. It's not that. It wasn't that. It was, we were fighting and he kept going, we were arguing and I'm like, stop arguing with me. I'm going to take those pills right there in the cupboard. He's like, you don't have the balls. Well, don't tell Sherry-Ann Baker she don't have the balls because she's got the balls. She regretted it immediately after. And I did. So I'm just like, yeah, gobble, gobble, gobble. And then he's like, you're stupid. I'm going to go have a smoke. And then I'm going to get my shoes on and take you to the hospital, whether you like it or not. So then I went downstairs and my throat thinking, what a dumbass, stupid I was, right? So, yeah. So, of course, we go to the hospital. I tell the nurse what had just happened. They're like, You know, they didn't admit me or nothing. They knew what was going on. They knew I had just had brain surgery prior. They knew what I was taking Keppra. So I think they realized too. My husband had drove me
They
nuts.
they looked at your pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, they were fine. They're like, okay, here, we're going to give you drink this. And then they told my husband, you know, just leave her alone. Please just let her go take her home, leave her alone, give her some space. And they were actually really good to me. And they're like, you know what, you need to leave him. And I'm like, I'm going to. And I did. But they were really awesome. Right. But they realized it was just more emotional. And of course I just had brain surgery, probably the Keppra, just everything. But yeah, I did. I left him, 3 months later, I went and got my MRI results. I was clean, and that was it, man. Time to start my life over, and that's what I did. I loaded up my two cats, and what's that?
Left the husband, left the Keppra.
Left my husband. Well, I didn't leave the Keppra till last year, but yes. And I now, like I said, I think back on it, what a difference in the last since I've been off of it, and that's why I want people to know now. Like, my God, I wish I would have known. I suffered all those damn years.
So
So
back to your question of
okay, sorry.
Why didn't doctors tell you about the side effects?
Because they're making money.
No.
No, there's a couple answers. I got one
Because
answer for that too.
the doctors learn about the medication from sales reps. The last thing the sales rep is going to talk about is a side effect.
Right. Yeah.
Because he wants the doctor to prescribe that medication.
Even a drug like penicillin, amoxicillin, that sort of thing, like things that have been around forever. My doctor, I knew something was wrong when I was 16 years old. It was not wrong, but I went in to get a prescription. He said, you need amoxicillin. I said, okay, I know that drug. He said, how much do you weigh? And he put me on the scale, and he pulled the book out, and he put it on the counter, and he opened up this massive book. And he went through and he found the drug, and then he found my weight, and then he found the dosing, and then he wrote the script. And I asked him, I was like, what's that book? And he says, well, this book tells us all the dosing for each, like, weight for each drug. And exactly what Marcel said, any of the other drugs, the newer, the things that are like, whatever, like, for antidepressants or whatever it may be, they're coming from reps. And they're not going to tell you the negative things.
No, of course not. They make money off of us, right? They're gonna make money.
Well, how many times I've heard the doctor say, "Oh, I know something that could work for that. It's new, but." And now I look back
if you want to be a guinea pig.
I know. I look back at those moments and I'm like, wait a minute. You just recently had a friggin' rep in here that passed this to you and said, "Hey, this is for this," or "Hey, it was for bladder infections, but." Turns out it's really good for weight loss.
Just like Ozempic now we're talking about.
Yeah. What was that, for diabetes or some shit?
Yep. It is for diabetes, yeah. Now people with diabetes can't get it because everybody wants it for weight loss, but they're saying there's lots of side effects.
Well, my friend's dad was on, is on Ozempic and has been on for like many years.
I've been seeing commercials about it.
Before they knew it was for weight loss, he was on it.
Yeah.
And they told him that the side effects were that you lose a drastic amount of weight, which he wasn't concerned because he was a larger man anyways.
Yeah.
But they said you have to eat a certain way because you need to make sure you put enough into your body because your body's basically eating itself.
Right. Yeah. That's why these movie stars look so skinny.
Yeah, they're going to lose all their muscle. Like, if they're not doing
it right. Yeah, there's the Ozempic look, right? It's gaunt and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly Osbourne. Oh, no.
Yeah. I know, it's too much.
It's easier to get Ozempic than it is to get adrenochrome. So
Christina Aguilera, but she looks great.
Wow.
So
it's also
but it's not real, right? It's not hard work. It's all chemicals.
Yeah.
Chemicals that we're not even sure what eventually can happen.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I was a test study in the 60s for hyperactivity, as they called it then. And I was on Ritalin from the age 5 till 16. And I'm starting to wonder if, you know, being a speed baby has affected the rest of my life. I've got severe ADHD, panic disorders, a mood disorder, and it, you know, who knows what else coming forward.
Yeah.
Is there anything about that kind of thing, Len, with prolonged exposure to a medicine?
As far, oh Jesus, of course.
I'm sure there
no,
is. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's called liver failure, kidney
Yeah.
failure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that happens with diabetes anyways. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
you know.
true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was like, okay, so for example, since I was 6 years old, I started, that's when I think my brain tumor started to grow. Okay. Because that's when I started to experience really violent migraines. And I would probably get them 15 days out of the month. So I remember as a little girl staggering home and I remember now, I'm not lying because I lived in BC, so there was lots of snow and I lived in a small town. And I'd stagger home in the snow and my migraine was so bad that I'd be vomiting and the whiteness of the snow would like put streaks of lightning. I don't know if you've ever had migraines, you guys, but I used to get the streaks of lightning in my eyes. And then I would have to go home and lay in a fetal position after vomiting. And not once until I was 46 did a doctor ever look to see why I was having migraines. I went on every migraine pill. I even did Botox up my neck, paralyzed my neck. I had to go into hospital. They said I was the only one that ever had a bad reaction to Botox, and it went paralyzed my neck. And here all along I had freaking, I bet you that tumor has been in my brain since I was a little girl. And ever since I've had my tumor removed in 7 years, they don't even own a Tylenol. Don't even need to take a Tylenol because I never get headaches anymore.
That's awesome.
And I'm surprised my doctors never, ever did an MRI on my brain in 46 years. Crazy, huh? So that's what I tell people. I go, if you really believe, like, you have like these severe migraines or something's going on in your brain, just walk into a hospital and just sit there and cry and scream until they fucking do an MRI. They'll do it. They have the machines to do it. They just don't do it, right? If you go in and just say, I want an MRI, you got to play the part. But play the part if you really believe it, I wish I would have known, but I mean, I'm glad I am where I am because I feel like this is working for me. I believe, and this is what I tell people now, I believe that there is definitely a life with cancer. You just got to learn how to dosage and live with that, right? And that's what I'm doing. When I still have people always question, are you sure you still have brain cancer? Well, yeah, if you'd like to talk to Dr. Mason or Dr. whoever, any doctor that deals with, oncologist that deal with the brain will tell you brain cancer, unless it's not terminal, it's terminal. It's what's going to kill you, right? It's just a matter of how long you can live with it. And I've lived with it, and I still feel good. Like, yeah, I still have my side effects and my symptoms, but I'm also 56 this year in November. And so I think a lot of my things too, like my sight stuff are a lot of natural and stuff, but overall, definitely God, why would I ever do chemo radiation? Definitely. And like I said, it just takes research. I worked in the Ontario New Home Warranty Program for many, many years, dealing with $1 million homes. And one thing I found is people do more research on a TV or a car than they do on their own health. They just listen to doctors that go, here, do this, do that, do this. And they go, okay, that's what I'll do. And they have no idea that, no, do some research. There's other ways to fix yourself. Listen to people. Don't just believe everything you hear. Right?
Listen to what they say, listen to what you've heard, and then do your own research and make your own mind up on things.
Well, you can get information from
my dad.
right?
My dad.
Be careful where you get information from.
Yes.
My dad
know people. Get the right resources.
My dad spent 15 years with Parkinson's. He went from a very vibrant, well-known psychiatrist in behavior modification to in 15 years. Wow. And he said to me when I asked him if he wanted to try cannabis, because he was a pill doctor, a practicing doctor,
wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't do it. He said he didn't want to use something that took over his body like that.
Yeah.
And I had to respect that and watched him wither into a spider.
I had to
Unfortunately,
shove it down his throat. I know you
I
can't. I know. I
could
know it's easy
not.
for me to say that. I know that's easy for me to
I
say,
could
but
not do that if I wanted to. I lived 4 hours away for one.
right. I know.
His wife was very controlling about access, and he by that time he was in a hospital. He was in a
Yeah.
care home,
And we
so
see
he
that all the
can't.
time, though, don't we all? We see it all
Yeah.
the time, and it's sad. I see it all the time too. I have a friend right now. mm, Um, Same situation. He's got a 36-year-old son. He's got stage 4
Mm.
cancer,
I'd
and
be like
he
that.
knows my story, and he knows it's working for me for the last 7 years. So he come to me and he's like, "I think I'm going to need the Rick Simpson oil after my son just chemo and radiation," and I'm like, "Okay, I can't. I'd hate. I want to tell him no, don't do the chemo and radiation. Just get him on the Rick Simpson oil." But he's gung ho, and what can I do? I can't shove it down his throat. He's got all the money in the world. He was one of these lucky ones that he's got a lot of friends. They created a GoFund, and they got they can have so much Rick Simpson oil to keep him going for years and years. But they're doing the chemo and the radiation, and it's just like, it breaks my heart. It's like, don't you guys watch movies? Don't you guys see what that shit does to people's bodies?
Just the fact alone that if you knew what information comes on the paper, the info paper. So if your child, your baby, your infant has cancer and they're going through chemo or radiation, there is special instructions when changing your baby's diaper to not touch the inside. Do not touch any of their body excrement because it is so toxic. That alone,
isn't that gross?
Could tell you something about the treatment. And I'm not saying you shouldn't consider it if this is what you need, but like I know somebody personally who's gone through it and is survived and is healthy now, but it's like I've never been there, but I know that if the doctor is sitting me down in an office and telling me this is my only option because this is the only option they're giving you, it's scary.
Yeah.
And the word cancer alone is enough to make you fucking just crumble in what am I going to do?
Yeah.
So just like you were talking about other things and prescriptions and drugs and things, like some people take sleeping medication, other people drink valerian tea.
Yeah.
They both work.
Yeah.
But it's, what are you going to choose? Where are you getting your thing from?
Yeah. Exactly. No, and I get that. Yeah. It's yeah. Just do your research. I think if you do your research, it points to the smarter way. I mean, I have my girlfriend who is an ex-Olympic boxer. She is fighting brain cancer as well with Rick Simpson oil successfully, no chemo, no radiation. My other girlfriend, Dee Manny, successfully beat breast cancer altogether, strictly by CBD oil and cannabis oil. All of my friends in the last 7 years, all of my friends that have chose to do the Rick Simpson oil and not the chemo and radiation I'm still glad to say are still here with us today. All the other ones that have chose to introduce chemo and radiation into that aren't here anymore. So yeah, and that's a true story. And like I said, I'm not selling anything. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a true story, and it's sad. And I fucking hate opening up my Instagram and seeing you know what I mean?
Passing.
Yeah. I've lost a lot of friends in 7 years. I've lost friends that don't even have cancer. You know what I mean? Like, I remember sitting there, everybody boohooing for me when I got sick, and here I am. I've gone to several of their funerals, right? So that's what I tell people. Like, I remember I met this fella I don't know, 5 years ago or something. And then I told him about me, and he's like, if I was ever diagnosed with a terminal disease, I'd kill myself. And I'm like, really? Like, here I am 5 years later, and you life? Yeah. And I was the opposite. I was mad. Like, I don't think I've ever cried. I mean, I cried because I was fighting with my husband during that time, but I swear to God, I never cried when I got diagnosed, because I think, first of all, I think I always knew I was going to be diagnosed with cancer, because it is so rampant in my family. My auntie Darlene died when she was like 36 of breast cancer. All my uncles, my aunts, everybody has died from cancer. Like I said, I just didn't think of 46. And I was like, I've been working out in the gym every day since 1991. So, and don't smoke cigarettes. So it was like, but it was good because all my friends went out and had physicals when I got sick. Everybody's like, holy fuck, I'm sure you get sick. We're all going to get sick and die. So everybody got physicals, and but it's good because I've had several of my friends. Just so you know, in Canada, we do have the most brain tumors in the world. Not sure why, but we do. Most brain tumors in the world. Also, I was going to tell you this too. When I chose not to do chemo radiation. So I went into the Calgary hospital and I sat down with my radiologist a week prior to brain surgery, because that's what they do. They do all this prep. And so he's a super nice man. And he started to talk. And then I said, okay, I'm going to just stop you right now. I am absolutely not doing chemo and radiation. So I'm not even going to let you do the whole spiel about it. Not trying to be rude, but I'm just not doing it. So saying that, when I get brain surgery next week, and I come back a week after for the results, don't be giving me the spew about it, because I absolutely won't do it. And at that time, I'll probably be really sore and probably beat the shit out of you. So right away, he was like super awesome. He's like, no problem. And then the same doctor I asked on another occasion, and he had another younger doctor working under him. And I asked him right to his face. I said, okay, I wanted to ask you a question. So I've always wanted to do this. And I just asked him, I said, okay, look, if you were in my boat, what would you do? Would you do chemo and radiation? And this was a younger doctor, okay? And he was a Chinese doctor. And he looked at me, but it didn't take him long. And he goes, nope. And I go, see? So that's why I ain't doing it either. So I had my own radiologist in the Calgary hospital tell me he would not do chemo and radiation if he had cancer. So why the hell would I? And this was a guy doing radiology. He was a radiologist. So at Foothills Hospital in Calgary. So I am grateful for people that at least are honest, that do their jobs. And he was honest. And it made me feel even better that this guy was honestly being honest. So hopefully I don't get him in trouble, but it is what it is, man. And I'm glad. I'm grateful for people like that. Right?
Yeah.
You need people like that.
Yeah, we do.
I have a question.
Sure.
How is the chocolate, Darcy?
Oh.
The chocolate.
Yeah, how you feeling?
I'm
It's
waiting for the
wonderful.
go segment.
I
It's
thought
not
I have
bad.
a question. Are we doing a break? Because
Yeah,
I gotta
well,
head
this
out,
is-
and I
this
was
is
waiting
why-
for a break.
This is why I asked.
Okay, let's have a break.
We're going to.
Oh wait, before we go, can I do show and tell?
No.
Please, I won't be here after.
No. Why won't you
What
be
do
here
mean?
after?
Yeah, what do you mean you won't be here?
I told Al, sorry, Northern Ontario Al, during the Three High Guys podcast that I'm going to see Beetlejuice tonight.
No,
I
you
did my
didn't. But,
pre-sale.
okay. Bye-bye. Enjoy yourself.
Wait.
Let's do
You
you
want to
show and
see
tell.
my cool product?
What's that?
Mod.
It's
Okay.
too close.
Back it up a
Too
bit.
close. It's too close. There you
Too
go.
close, a little too close.
No,
Yeah,
mod.
still too close. What is mod?
So they're drops. It says your dose, your way. I went in to
Oh.
pick something up. It was $25 for this. It's a multi-pack. There's 4 of these inside. This is supposed to be non-flavored, which it is flavored. Flavored just sweet. This one here is
Is you gonna give Timmy some too?
watermelon drop. What are the other ones?
I don't like the watermelon one.
Berry
Do you
drop.
put them in drinks or what do you do?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
wondering.
here's the thing. This one's lime. So basically, I don't know if you see me, but I put 2 drops in my mouth. Each drop is 1 milligram of THC.
So you're gonna get some water and make a drink?
I'm gonna take one of these to the movies because
Nice.
I'm gonna infuse my pup.
That's
Good
what I
for
mean. Yeah.
you. Smart.
Cool.
Yeah. And he said to me at the store, he's like, "There's 60 drops in here." I'm
So
like,
you could empty that whole bottle in there and you'd have a nice ride, I think.
There's 60 drops in this one, and then
Yeah.
in this one, and this one, and this one.
Yeah.
Are they anything close to the sprays that EK does?
I think so, but these are literally just drops. But the weird thing about it is if I can get 60 milligrams, 120, 240 milligrams of cannabis in edible form, right? Kind of edible form.
In distillate form.
Yeah, but it's in
distillate form.
Is that why they classify it as distillate? Because I should only be getting 10 milligrams.
And that's why you get grumpy 3
No,
hours
it's
later.
classified as distillate because that's how it's made. It's made with distillate.
Yeah, but so are a lot of the edibles.
Yeah.
Edible.
I know.
Yeah.
It's so
They're
confusing.
classified as edibles,
They're still distillates.
You're still distillate.
but they're
It's not whole.
classified as
It's
edibles and only sold at 10 milligram maximums. Is what I'm saying.
No,
It's in
what you're
here.
talking about is regulations. So you're allowed to do 1,000 milligrams of THC per package, but the dosing, each drop is considered a dose. Your maximum dose on an individual unit can only be 10 milligrams.
Did they
That's
change it?
extracts.
I thought it was 10 milligrams a pack.
That's
edible.
extracts. Now, if
I
you're
don't know.
edibles,
Dose.
edibles is different. Edibles is a different classification. Edibles would be 10 milligrams in the entire package.
So this isn't classified as an edible, although I
It's
can put
being
it
classified
and
as an
use
extract.
As an edible.
They're calling it an
Okay.
extract. If that's how they can do it.
Sneaky,
It's a
sneaky.
tincture.
Okay.
It's just
Anyways,
oil, basically.
4
It's water
packs.
soluble oil.
You
Just
go
hit
and
the
enjoy.
floor.
You
I
go
will.
and enjoy, and we're going to
Yes.
take a break.
You too. I'll have to watch it after. This
I'll be watching it the minute I find it online.
No, I mean after Beetlejuice, I'll have to come back and watch the last half of this.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
you can
find
listen
that
to all the
Beetlejuice-
insults and stuff like that when you leave.
What?
Isn't it Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice?
It is.
Two Beetlejuices.
Don't say it thrice.
No,
Why?
Just twice.
That's Candyman. Hello.
Isn't that Bloody Mary? Bloody Mary, isn't that?
No, it was Candyman. Candyman,
Bloody Mary.
Candyman. If
No,
I
it's-
wake up dead tomorrow, it's my fault. Yeah.
It's Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice
We're
is
taking
going
a
to
break.
appear.
We're taking a break. Break time.
Wait,
Okay.
I want Beetlejuice to show up.
I wish I had a Beetlejuice and I'd show it up. But
That'd be fun.
I got my
When we
hand.
come back, I got a question I want to ask everybody. Until then, we'll be right back. Mary Jane, enjoy it. You can tell us about it on Tuesday on the Three High Guys. See ya.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This is how we grow the weed.
I thought she'd never leave.
Oh.
And we're back. And I have a question for everybody.
What are you smoking?
Nothing. I ate mushrooms.
I just smoked some hash.
What are you
Nothing
smoking,
easy.
Sherry Ann?
Well, since you asked, I have a few things I'm smoking. Some Kush Crack products.
Oh.
So I'm going to smoke actually this big bugger right here. I think it's a 3-gram joint. And I'll show you how pretty it is. Look at this.
Oh, it's got the crystals and all that on it, eh?
Yes. Isn't that
Yeah.
pretty?
Nice.
Blueberry. So yeah, that's what I'm smoking.
So, Darcy, it's your turn, buddy. Turn your freaking camera on.
Oh God, I don't even know if I want to, Al.
I want you to.
I don't think I am because Marcel can turn his on, so I'm not turning mine back on.
My camera's
fucking
never
boys
off.
in their games.
But anyways, I was just gonna chat to you guys a little bit. Well, I wasn't gonna chat at all, but I can chat about.
Sit back and enjoy, people.
You were
Yeah.
chatting anyways.
But no, I just got to talk a little bit about now that it's September and your outdoor crop is starting to bud, or hopefully it's budding, because if it ain't budding yet, don't plan on that plant being done.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
You know what? Oh, we've already had 2 frosts already, and I'm seriously thinking about bringing in everything.
Wow.
Really?
Yep.
I brought in my little flower the other night. It was cold.
It was 4 last night, dude.
It was 5 the other morning when I woke up.
Yeah,
here,
but what was
we're
the
going
temperature
strong.
in the greenhouse?
Probably about 8 or 9. I mean, I'm gonna try putting the heater in this weekend and see
You
if
got to
that
get
helps.
up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and go see what the temperature is.
About 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 6.
Tell you what the temperature is.
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw the heater in there this weekend, and we'll see what happens with that as well, right?
Yeah.
Does it have a thermostat on it all that you can set up a certain temperature to kick out when it gets warm?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
It's the one that I got for the trailer, so I know it's safe.
Yeah.
And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of those zip ties and hang it in the rafters there, and so that it's not on the ground, and
Just remember though, heat does rise.
Yeah, I know.
So it might be hotter up there than it is down at plant
Yeah,
temperature.
maybe I should put it on a board down on the ground.
Put it about the same level as the plants, I would.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
actually, if you can put it right, like put a piece of plywood down and just lay it on that.
Well, I thought
board.
actually a good idea would be to put a piece of plywood down, like you said, Marcel, and then put it under the fan, because it's going to rise and go through the fan, and the fan will circulate it, right?
Yeah.
Even though this has a fan as well, right?
But the idea is to create enough heat down there that it warms up the roots.
Yes.
Because you want to keep your root temperature out of
And the
contact.
water, I would think, right?
Well, the root temperatures is the whole key of your plant,
Yes.
right? It needs warm temperature. If it gets cold temperature, then
That's
your
what
plant dies.
that's why it's important to keep the water warm as well, is it not?
Well, you're bottom feeding anyway, or bottom watering, or bottom feeding anyway.
Yeah,
so
so it'll be warm. It'll be warm.
yeah,
by the time
already.
it gets to it, I guess. Yeah.
Don't forget that water sits in there probably all freaking day or all night.
Yep. Fair enough. It's going to warm up.
Very little gets absorbed.
Yeah, so I got to try and figure that out, because it's dropped down the last few days, and now it's going to go back up, but it's coming.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 choices: either bring them in, or which wouldn't be so bad other than the hydro, or tough it out. I mean, the first year I was here, I went into almost to Christmas, actually, into December.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's
as long
the
as you got
advantage with
heat
a
in,
greenhouse.
as long as you got heat in there, you're pretty good. As long as your nighttime temperatures aren't dropping below that 15-degree mark, you're all right, Al.
all right. Well, they are now. So
Darcy and I have the same problem right now.
Yes, we do.
Where-
I got one
Where
plant.
we have a particular strain that isn't flowering yet.
which is that?
Super sharp.
Let me guess. The Durban poison.
No,
No,
that is
that's-
beautiful.
that's blooming
Okay.
nice. No, this is called Super Shark.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I didn't.
Marcel was Marcel was really
Hi, Jacqueline.
skeptical that he didn't think that my skunk 11 would flower at all, because in the write-up it says November,
Yeah.
and it's got bigger buds on it than the Super Shark.
Wow.
And it got buds on it outside my thumb.
Everything out there's got bigger buds than the Super Shark.
Yeah, well,
The Super Shark is just now starting to bud.
my Durban will definitely be done.
I've got.
Which would be okay if it was like a 3-foot tall plant. I could take it inside, but it's not a 3-foot tall plant.
No, it's not.
My Northern Lights is my Northern Lights number 2 is in full flower, and then the 2 CBDs are getting there.
Yeah.
Right. And then the Pineapple Express is flowering, but just right.
Yeah.
So they look great from a top, but there you go.
There's
And
my
what is that? What's that?
I don't know.
Bag seed.
Do you know who Shark Mouse Farms is?
No, but
so his wife and me are friends, and she gave me some of his bud, and I got a seed, and I just threw it in this bucket one day, and it grew. So I'm not like doing anything special with it. I'm just watering it, and it's just on my balcony. So I
I
just thought
did
I'd
that a
say,
number of years ago with just
hi.
a pot light, an LED pot light that you screw into your bulb in my
I've done that.
apartment. I just remember that, Marcel. I just left it sitting in the corner for months and months and months and months and months, and I got about an ounce off of it, maybe.
Me too. Me too.
You know, you can take your little tree there and do a little bit of pruning on it.
Yeah.
And keep it growing until Christmas and harvest it at Christmas time. Use it as your Christmas tree.
Maybe I'll do that.
I have a buddy that did that.
I definitely could do that with my skunk.
Yeah, I could do that with. No, I couldn't. Man, I'm not getting that 8-foot plant in my house.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm seriously thinking about going out and cutting a slip off of it and running it inside,
and then starting it.
I'm afraid that it would take 6 months of flowering.
Well, they said it's only 8
weeks. Not to have started now in September.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's one of them strains like that are true. They need true 12-hour light.
Yeah. You know what? I had to top 2 of the CBD plants there, or one of the CBD plants. I had to top it, and I've got them. They've been sitting, and I mentioned it last week, but they've been sitting in a cup with water since last week, and they're still doing really well. I think I'm going to stick them in some pots and leave them in the fucking window in the front because I get sunlight all day long, right?
Yeah.
But they're sitting in a glass of water now for a week?
Yep. Flowering.
Are they showing any roots at all?
I haven't looked, Marcel.
Look and see if they're good roots, man.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, baby, they got roots.
I didn't mean just this minute, but okay.
It's live TV, man.
But yeah, so no, that's what I was saying, Marcel, is right now you definitely want to with your outdoor plants, you definitely want to keep an eye on them, make sure that they're staked well, especially if you live on the East Coast and you got a rain and windstorm coming along.
No roots?
No. I haven't pulled them out yet. I'm
Oh,
going to do
okay.
it here.
There you go.
Right here. There we go.
I bet there's some.
Nope, not yet. But they're no, but they're still, as you can see,
Have you got
quite
some
nice.
stem root?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Dip it in stem root and then put it back in the water.
Alrighty. This is my experiment. I was gonna take them downstairs and just throw them under the light and put them back in veg, and then I was like, you know what? Let's play. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buds on each one of these. 7, 8 buds on each one of these, and they're not gonna. It's not gonna get more than a couple of feet high. I wouldn't think at this point, right?
Yeah, probably not going to be more than 1/8 of an ounce either.
But that doesn't matter. I'm learning how to grow, right?
Yeah. It's fun. It's not like you're going to be like growing this great weed. It's just fun experimenting.
Well, it's the same thing I did in my living room in Durham.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hated me there because it was housing and
okay.
And
a little smelly.
Oh yeah. No. I was grandfathered in. I was grandfathered in.
It was it was smelly because of the amount that he was smoking. It wasn't smelly from the grow.
Both.
No, yeah, it was my smoke. Yeah.
Both, definitely. When my landlords come in here, I don't care.
Shortly after I left, my buddy got kicked out of there for smoking openly because they had outlawed smoking in the building, but I was grandfathered. I was the last one.
Okay.
I could smoke cigarettes.
They were just waiting for you to die off or move so they could have the building smoke free.
Yep.
You can do anything you want in these apartments anymore nowadays.
My neighbor across the street in the apartment building, she used to come out. I used to catch her. I'd come out with the dog to go for a walk, and she'd be out there standing right at my door, spraying Febreze on the carpet right in front of my door. Right. And here, I smoke openly in the house, even when I have guests, but I'm respectful enough to go outside when I have a guest here that doesn't smoke. But then I realized I'm sitting outside in a very windy environment beside an open fucking window.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
I just don't let people in my house.
Well, yeah. You know.
I find
Root
being
cause.
antisocial is
I just
better.
I'm going to second that because I've known Marcel now 15 years and I've never stepped foot. No, I've never wheeled in his house yet.
Fucking house. I was there. Although he did invite me, I had to go home though. I had just moved into the apartment.
Yeah. No, you can smoke. You can smoke flower in my house. You just can't smoke cigarettes in my house.
Lenny's been in my house.
Right back.
I've been in the house once for a quick show, and I've been in the backyard a couple times, I think.
Yeah, we spend more time in the gazebo than anywhere.
Yeah.
The gazebo.
Mine's the balcony. I have a beautiful floor balcony looking over the city.
I had a balcony when I was on Davisville that looked out over the city, although into another building. But you could see the air shows like you can, and you could see the fireworks and all that. And you could hear it, right? Yeah. Right at Davisville and Mount Pleasant, you're on top of the hill.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're lucky. You're out. Here she goes. We're going outside.
This is my pet. This is Backer. This is my
the luck of being right downtown, about I'd say a mile and a half from the Toronto lakefront.
Yeah, I can walk to the film festival in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. There we go. There's the shower.
It's changed so much. Like none of those buildings were there when I grew up.
That's gross, that building. That's got 950 units in it. So you can imagine how many, like this, the Rabba is we're just overpopulated here. It's just gross.
Show us where the naked guy is. We'll piss him off and then he won't do it anymore.
Okay, let's see. You see that? He's on, I don't know how to tell you. Okay, you see that one floor
where a guy that works out naked in his window.
Right over there. Actually, it's kind of like the faded window, the light right there. Anyway, yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Apartment living in a downtown core has a total different meaning because most people that live in apartment buildings, high rises in the downtown core of any city, is a closet or open voyeur. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what I think is going on there.
We called it.
I honestly prefer my yard view than yours.
I like my yard view too. I get to look over Lake Superior, but still, I have to admit I enjoy the balcony voyeurism thing.
No, that's fucking dark, Marcel. Where are you getting that fucking sunset?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lenny, fuck, it's dark here.
I just looked out the back. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
You confused you for a second, didn't you, Lenny?
Yeah.
I was like, fuck me, I know my mushrooms, but
I was staring at it. I was like,
that's funny.
I live on a hill.
You live on a hill.
Let's listen to them excuses. More excuses.
Yeah.
It's been driving. Al.
Yo.
Northern Ontario, Al.
Is that what it says?
It's been killing me all episode.
Well, why wouldn't you say something? You're supposed to be my friend then.
Well, Sherry Ann was doing an
Ontario.
amazing story, and then we had to learn about fucking drops and Beetlejuice, and
well, I was being Nordic.
Didn't have a chance.
I was
You
being
should
Nordic.
fix that, Al.
That's what it is.
You should fix that and change it to Nothing.
It's Noel.
Oh, I'm thinking nothing.
And you know what? It's NOA and Al is SOA.
Hey, Lenny.
I just forgot to change it. We started doing that on the Three High Guys to distinguish the difference between me and the other Al instead of calling him the other Al, right?
I kind of like. I think the other Al's a great name.
I do that all the time. In fact, one of his little segments, he says with the other Al. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. I like the Als. And Mary Jane is with us every week as well.
Yep.
She's always been one of the guys here.
Yep.
So what the
She's
hell?
awesome.
Yep.
I love Mary Jane.
And that's our morning time show.
Yes. And when you guys do that every morning?
No, God, no. God.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah.
I don't do things every morning anymore.
What time in the morning?
10 a.m.
That's not morning. That's afternoon.
For you.
Yeah.
That's coffee time. You know, now with the school, the idea is most seniors are up 9, 10, and they start their day. They do whatever they do. And then also, you know, you get your parents, right? It's school's back in school, and your grandparents that are looking after the kids, they're back in school. They got nothing to do but smoke pot and watch fucking soaps all day. So, you know, you can come and join us and have a
Is there still soaps on?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I get up usually before 7 every morning.
I just learned that Betty White died, and I'm devastated.
That was a long time ago.
I know.
You
exactly.
just learned now?
Darcy calls me usually by about 8.
And he gives a lowdown of what happened the night before.
Okay.
And
See, I don't have cable either, but I know Betty White
for the day. We have to, and what we have to do for the day. Some mornings it can take a little longer if we get talking politics or.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Get me angry.
We don't do.
Yeah.
Oh, we do. We talk about politics all the time.
Oh fuck!
Don't get me going.
I know. I can get myself in trouble. Don't get me going.
I'll be right back.
Don't say anything about politics around Lenny because he's a diehard liberal. Okay?
Justin Trudeau.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. Anything Justin Trudeau should get at least another term.
Oh yeah, go fuck yourself.
Lenny, that's almost worth unfriending him.
What's that?
Yeah. That's almost worth unfriending him for saying that.
Fighting words.
Put it this way, though. The perfect Pierre is going to be the perfect one, and in the States, it better be Trump. But the perfect person that should have ran down there is actually Tulsi Gabbard. She would have been the most amazing president down there.
Yeah, she actually.
She never said anything.
She would have done a much better job.
You went there,
Trump. But
no, it's okay. I need to roll a joint anyways.
I'm glad I'm not U.S. like in the States because I'd have a hard time with that whole thing. I mean, yeah, okay.
It's so
I'm having a hard time with what we've got to decide too. So you know.
Oh, I know what we got to decide.
Canada's fucking an easy one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh.
What's that?
Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah, right.
He's running for the next prime minister. He wants that seat.
Oh, he's running for it.
Yeah.
I won't deny him that one.
He's running.
He's also pretty much 100% going to win his riding again. So
who's that?
Jagmeet
Singh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the polls? Obviously you must have heard something that he's doing well in his area or something.
No, I know the area of Vancouver. You might as well say it's India.
Oh, okay. Well,
which
is all Canada.
Yeah, I moved. When I moved to BC, I had a hard time with the influx, and I watched the spread from Vancouver. I wondered how long it would take to reach the other coast. Yeah, it was last year.
Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you in Vancouver?
No, they're all. You know what? Surprisingly, Mary Jane and I are the only ones, and they're all in Nova Scotia.
Oh, you guys are all in Nova Scotia. Okay.
We're down in God's country.
Yeah, I grew up in BC.
I'm in God's country, buddy. Up here,
God made it, and God forgot it.
Yeah, I'm in God's forgotten country.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think all of Canada is God's country right
Where
now.
the bears shit in my fucking living room.
I used to live where bears shit in our living room. I used to live
You know
in
what?
BC. I grew up in
I had a dream the other
Cranbrook.
day that I woke up and I went into the bathroom and there was a bear sitting in my bathtub.
Was it really?
No.
up where?
No,
Oh.
he was sitting on my deck. But
Oh,
that would be so awesome. I like that. I like bears.
All right. Where did you say you grew up?
I grew up in Cranbrook in the Kootenays, the Rocky Mountains in BC.
Yeah, I know. I bought a parrot from a lady in Cranbrook one time. One of my
Oh, did you? Was it a fucked up parrot?
No, it was actually a really nice little a
nice little parrot.
Oh yeah, it was a great little parrot until he started fucking around with me.
Oh, Marcel, that was the one that called your phone. Or made it sound like the phone.
See, I told you, people in Cranbrook are crazy. I left there when I was 15.
This bird was in my living room, and I ran an office in my basement. But I didn't have a phone down there because I always had my cell phone.
Yeah.
When I was at work. But I'd get downstairs, and as soon as I get downstairs, the house phone would ring upstairs. So I ran up the stairs, answer the phone, and there's nobody there. Just a dial tone. So I go back downstairs. A few minutes later, the phone rings. I run back upstairs. There's nobody there.
I see where it's going.
So as I'm going down the stairs, the landing for going down kind of makes a 90-degree turn. So I went down the stairs and then I stopped and I waited. And all of a sudden the phone started ringing and I peeked my head around the corner and there's the parrot looking straight at me. Making the phone ring. And I said, it's time for you to move. Because ain't putting
That's
up that
pretty
shit.
awesome.
Uh-oh.
Hey, he was a nice little bird. I mean, throw a cob of corn in there.
Yeah.
Man, it would
So
be
did you
gone
live in BC?
Yeah, I lived there for 10 years.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. And then I
Awesome.
moved out of there.
How long ago was that?
40 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I moved back here in 2004, I think. And I went out I went out in 94 and I come back in 2004.
Okay, I did kind of the same thing. I'm trying to think. That's one of the things that I'm missing is like my numbers and stuff. So I struggle with that. But yeah, I'm yeah.
But I was always in the Cranbrook area. One of my big customers was the Elk coal mine there.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, well, isn't that funny? My husband works there.
Right on.
He works for Tech Coal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he works for the coal. They all do. There's 4,000 of them.
That's all there is, really.
Yeah, Tech Coal. There's the 4 mines up there. They make good money, man. He's a good ex-husband.
Well,
he is. He's still good, and he helps me out once in a while, and he still loves my
choices. There are either work in a coal mine
or be a drug addict.
Well, that's not really much of a choice. I mean, that comes with either one. The other one is forestry.
Yes.
And there's actually more money in the coal mining, I think, than there is in the forestry right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Scott made a lot of money. Mind you, if you really want to make the money living out there, but it's a hard life. So I did it with my husband. I lived out in the middle of nowhere in Alberta.
Making meth?
No.
I hear that's really popular for making money.
Oh, okay. No. My husband worked on a loader and he made $11,000 clear a month. But he had no life. I mean, he worked on it was a reserve and it was a coal mine, or not a coal mine, but it was just a gravel pit. And I mean, God, I went and lived with him for 6 months. We had no phone, no TV, no cable. So what happens is these guys make lots of money, but you know what they do? It all goes up there and they buy these $20,000, $30,000 trailers. And as soon as they pull those trailers off the lots, the value of the trailers is half, if not less. And then they live out in Alberta and trailers like that aren't meant to be in the minus 40 weather. So right away, like the value is just like, but that's what happens. They get cocky with their money and they end up coming out and they got a drug habit, no money. So unless you're smart, like my husband is old.
She just described the entire oil field industry.
Yeah.
It's true. I know. But my husband was smart. He was a little bit more mature, so he was. We was able to bank it, so he was smart that way.
Good.
And yeah,
Most of them don't.
What's that?
Most of them don't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they don't. It was sad. Like, they're nice enough kids, but they get the money and they get cocky with it, and then they have nothing to lose or nothing left. And in BC right now, it's so expensive. So to even own a little shitty shack, well, I guess it's the same as Toronto. Like in Little Cranbrook now, you can't buy a house, even a 2-bedroom house, for under $1 million.
When I moved to Chilliwack, it
gross.
was just starting to grow.
Yeah.
Because the immigrants coming into Vancouver didn't realize that Canada had a whole bunch more land, so they didn't go in and start buying everything up. They'd already bought up Richmond and Vancouver and North Van,
Surrey,
and then Mission and Abbotsford, and then they
Yeah.
started getting to Chilliwack, and that drove up.
And then
all
they
the
started going to Hope, to Kelowna, and now
then-
Toronto.
Yeah, and then once they get to Hope, then it's a whole different ball game because
Well,
then you get-
natives
you
in Hope.
started, yeah, and you got to start going up in altitude.
Yeah.
So, guys,
yeah,
I wanted to make sure that Sherry Ann can tell people where they can follow her aside from here at 420 Radio.
Yep.
Because she's going to be doing events for us and doing interviews and like reporter stuff.
Yep.
So please tell everyone before we have to go.
Okay.
Where they can find you, why they can find you, blah,
Okay.
blah, blah.
Very simple. I go by my name. I don't have no fancy names or anything like that. Just Sherry Ann Baker. So Sherry Ann, SHERIANN Baker. The only one out there in the entire world with that name. So if you find anybody else, they're faking it. Just so you know. And I'm really good at getting back to you. I'm on all social media. I'm on everything: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere.
And 420 Radio.
Yeah, and 420 Radio, of course. And I'm excited to get out there. And I'm so excited to be working with you guys. And I want to get out there and show you guys some lots of fun and show you some stuff that maybe you haven't seen before and introduce you to lots of people. I've got lots of really crazy ideas I want to share with you guys and do some stuff. Because I know a lot of VPs and I thought kind of going and maybe checking out some houses and stuff and the way that they live and some grow ops and stuff like that and go out and do that sort of stuff. If you guys are interested in coming along.
What I said to her is go.
Yeah. Just do it. Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. And that's
I'm
what
not
we'll do.
local anymore and I don't get out. So I have my legs now.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was talking with Mary Jane and I was going through a list of stuff that's coming up. And the Grow Up, of course, is coming up. And then Karma Cup and all that sort of stuff is really exciting. And then there's lots of little ones, the little things. And there's TIFF. I'm probably going to go take a stroll through TIFF tomorrow and maybe take some reels and stuff. But I'm all over social media and anybody out there who needs some little guidance or some little help or, I always respond.
Yeah.
It might take a little while, but I always respond. It's exciting. Yeah. But yeah, it's very simple. I'm all over social media. So it's fairly simple to find me. And I just, like I said, people need to stay positive and know that there is, like everything else is evolving, right? So is cancer. And that's why I think it's so important that, and you know what, when you guys were talking about researchers and studies and stuff like that, there's tons of studies to show that cannabis does. I don't like to use the word cure, right? I like to say,
I don't use the word cure.
No,
Cure
me
is
neither. I like to say it's keeping me alive, right? And I'm beating the odds. Let's put it this way. All of my doctors, I'm beating the odds. I mean, I get calls, I get messages from people all over the world. And the most thing I get is, I had a lady from Australia message me and she said,
lady.
what's that?
The most you get is "You're nuts, lady."
No, I don't actually get that much at all. No. You know what? In 7 years, maybe 3 people in 7 years have said that it's snake oil. Other than that, everybody is very, they believe it. You know what I mean? They see it. Like, and that's what I do. Like, when people challenge me and try to say, like, you're making money or whatever, first of all, I'm not making money. Like, I live in a fucking 400 square foot bachelor apartment. I'm not making any money. But I'm happy. And I had 5.5 acres on the mountains in BC, and I drove a nice car, and my husband had money, but we weren't happy. Now I live in a little small apartment. I live in with brain cancer, but I'm happy. And I haven't been happy in a long time as I have been in the past 7 years. What's that?
You've got big floppy ears.
I got really cool ears. But no, you just gotta, it's just a chapter in your life. And that's how you have to look at it. Like, I could have, and it could have been much worse. And it could have been, I know friends, I had a friend got caught in a chairlift. Okay. Arms and legs, or his legs both ripped off. Like, I could have had that life.
Ouch.
Right? I could have had that life, or, and so I'm grateful. I'm grateful for what I'm living with.
Then?
I'm sorry?
No, I was going to tell her that I don't know if she knows, but I was put into a wheelchair 23 years ago by a forestry accident.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So, yeah.
That's because he doesn't turn his fucking camera on and you can't see him rolling away.
Yeah. Wait, so are you grateful?
He also made me take the picture of him on his fucking little scooter bouncing around off the fucking thing because I was giving him a fucking weird name. I guess I don't know. People were making fun of him at work.
Darcy,
what's that, Marcel?
Turn your camera on.
Oh, that's weird.
Now wheel around.
Oh, no, I don't wheel. I just back up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
Did you
so
see what he's really good at with that thing is running over people's toes.
No doubt, eh? No doubt.
No, never did Marcel's ever.
So are you paralyzed from the waist down?
I'm classified as an incomplete para. I'm paralyzed on my right side.
Oh, okay.
So I can feel my left side of my body wiggle my toes and stuff.
Okay. So that's got to be weird, eh?
Well,
like when it first happened?
Well, it's weird because I was on, I used to eat 55 pills a day for the first 5 years of my life. A lot of gabapentin, a lot of baclofen, some drugs that they didn't even know what they were. They were experimental.
So what happened to you exactly?
My boss fell a tree on me and broke my back.
Okay, so my husband, when he worked at a mine, actually, where was it? It was in Campbell River, BC. Yeah. Him and another guy were working a shift, and he fucked up, and he hit a rock where he shouldn't, and it fell on him. So it was the size of a Civic car, and because they were in the mine, his coworker didn't hear him for 4 hours, and thank God. Where the rock had fallen on Scott, it crushed him from the feet up to his waist.
Yeah.
And so, of course, it didn't kill him. If it would have fallen the other way, it would have squashed his head right away and he would have died. But because it didn't, so I can relate because my ex has squashed feet and squashed parts still because that's what happens. But his mama, thank God she's hard-nosed. Not going to give her too much praise because I don't really like her. But anyway, she really fought with the doctors.
Sorry, Mom.
Right? She fought with the doctors for a whole year. They wanted to amputate both of his legs, right? And she's like, there's no fucking way you're amputating his goddamn Scott's legs. So Scott stayed in the hospital and but he had so many, I think he had 360 operations throughout all of the time. All of the things to fix him, but they did save his legs. He does have about an inch difference in his legs, but you couldn't tell. And to this day, the man won't even take a Tylenol for a headache.
No, I don't take Tylenol.
He just fought it, and I know he suffers through a lot of shit.
I
I
suffer
mean,
every day. I suffer
yeah.
every day with pain,
Oh,
Sherry. But
freaking.
the only thing that helps me is cannabis.
Yeah, yeah, and he can't do it because he'll lose his
For the
job.
love of his wife. Just putting it out there for you, buddy.
Yeah, but he'll lose his job, and that's one of the that's really shitty too. And that's one of the things I couldn't be there to advocate for him because yeah, it's really shitty that you can't work at Tech Coal and smoke cannabis, which is legal now on your days off. You can't even do that. So that's why a lot of these big corporations like these oil companies and stuff. That's why these kids get hooked on the hardcore drugs because they can pass the drug test.
Yeah, they don't test for mushrooms.
Right.
They don't test for acid. They don't test for coke.
And that's why they get all fucked up.
Alcohol and cannabis. That's what they fucking test for. One of the kids here went for a drug test. He had not smoked for 6 weeks specifically because he had to go.
So he could pass. Yeah.
And he still failed.
Yep. Me too. I mean, I've been smoking since I was 12 years old. I don't think it ever passed a fucking drug test.
The NFL is now removing cannabis from their restricted list.
Who is?
The NFL.
Okay, yes.
24. Hello, people. Wake the fuck up.
Well, no kidding, right? Like it's disgusting that it's taking this long. But we know it's not the regulation thing. I mean, that's like I've done a couple of TV interviews with a certain interviewer in Alberta, and she really wanted to know more about why Health Canada, knowing that cannabis will slow down the process of cancer or kill certain cells with that cancer has on certain people's bodies. So she went to Health Canada to find out why they won't legalize Rick Simpson oil. And I told her, I said, you'll never get an answer, ever. She's like, but I'm going to try. Her name's Ainsley, and she works actually for CTV News right now in Winnipeg. So she's like, I'm just going to try. And I said, you'll never get an answer. And she didn't. Like, she tried and tried. They kept saying, we'll get back to you. I said, they never will. So I said, let's just go on with this interview and get it on TV because you'll never get answers from them, right? And then it's even funny because they had my interview, I've had it on YouTube for probably 5 years, and just the last 7 months they pulled it. The bastards. But I do have a copy, so I'll just keep picking it up there.
We have to remind people is you can get it legally now.
Absolutely.
Okay? It's not called Rick Simpson oil. It's called full extract or FICO. It is, or cannabis oil. There is lots of different companies that sell it on the legacy market.
Yes.
But
I have a contact too if anybody wants to reach me.
You can get it through OCS, but it's made differently. People that have used it to fight cancers choose the Rick Simpson method because it's a method that they've heard about and stuff like that. But there are different ways of making cannabis oil, different methods.
Yes.
The only legal way of making cannabis oil, Marcel, is in Canada.
There's no legal way to make oil.
Thank you.
No, because it's got the alcohol in it. So it's just
Well, it's not that it's got alcohol. I mean, it's an extraction process with a.
It's not allowed.
Yeah, it's the mixture. It's the whole process.
Organic compound.
Yeah.
They've worded it now.
Yeah.
Because when they didn't have explosive or volatile, then
yes, exactly.
Butter.
Yes.
Butter
so basically, anybody who's watching this, you don't want to boil it in your bachelor suite on your oven because it could blow up. So you got to be very careful. For me, being really bad with numbers, I didn't want to do it myself. So I made sure I had professionals make mine for me, right? Knowing what they're doing and stuff like that. And I am so lucky. I'll give him a shout out. Like for my donor, I'm not going to say his name, but if he's watching this, he's donated my Rick Simpson oil now for, I believe, over a year. And he's amazing. And he changes up the strains constantly. And now, at first he didn't, he did it because he lost his dad to cancer. So this is in his heart, and this is why he reached out and wanted to help me. And it's so amazing. So, so now he's helping other people as well. So, I mean, it's just people need to know that those are the options that are out there. Like People need to know that there is more options.
There are lots of other options, yes, but
Right.
also you can get it easier now.
Yes, you can. Just do your research. Your research. What I suggest is do your research. Make sure that you get it from somebody you know who's got it, because there is a lot of scammers out there, a lot of fake pages.
The one big one that I despise that they're doing it is the Phoenix Tears brand, because it's not Phoenix Tears. It's not Rick Simpson's oil. It's completely made in a lab somewhere.
And you know how you can how I find you can tell the difference.
Very, 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 very available though. That's the thing, you know, and you don't know what's going into it. You don't know, you know.
Yeah,
if I was dying, I would go right to somebody who
that knows exactly.
Makes it.
Yeah.
The way
who you gonna call?
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's what I did. I mean, it's a lot of money. Like when I first bought my first dosage, I had to do a GoFundMe because I'm just a poor girl and I just left my husband.
It's very expensive. It's a very, very expensive.
It
treatment.
was, and it was.
I have personally delivered a treatment amount.
Yep.
Like a full round to somebody who unfortunately the next morning passed away.
Oh, that's terrible.
And like I've had that happen a couple of times in similar
heartbreaking
scenarios, and it's heart wrenching.
Yeah.
But it took her specifically so long to convince her family and to raise the money that she needed to get the oil made, that by the time it was made, she died.
GoFundMe, man. That's what I did. Did the GoFundMe right off the bat. Found myself the oil in Nelson, and Vicky Cornell, actually Chris Cornell's wife from Audio Slave Soundgarden, was my first. She bought my first 60 grams of Rick Simpson oil for me.
Nice.
So that's pretty awesome. And so that's what I had to do. I tell
that name.
What's that?
I really hate that whole Rick Simpson oil name.
I was waiting for that, Mars. I knew you were going to say something.
We call it, Sherry. We call it whole plant oil.
Whole plant oil.
Whole plant oil.
Yeah.
I met Rick Simpson.
I've had him on the show 3 times.
Well, I know him too. Yeah, he follows me. I follow him.
Yeah, no, I've been to Rick's house.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And tasted his oil, and the last thing I would ever suggest is somebody eat Rick Simpson oil.
Okay.
I've eaten it as well, and no, it's not a nice treat.
Yeah.
I like the taste of raw cannabis oil, but not when it's made with naphtha.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. No. Well, everybody who's making my oil taste good, and it's obviously working, so I'm sticking with my oil. You know what I mean? And what I tell people is it's the thickness. I think that's important, because I've seen some I've seen some Rick Simpson oil that's liquid. I'm like, that ain't cannabis oil.
Quick, Mercy, what's the test?
What's that?
What's the quick test?
Slick some onto a paper and see if it soaks right through.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I actually, this one person in the community, I'm not going to mention her name. She donated some capsules to me, and I threw them in my fridge. The next morning, I woke up and they were totally dissolved.
Yeah, she had water content.
No, she was using potato alcohol.
Doesn't matter. Well,
potato. That's a lot of water in it.
That's vodka.
Is that what happened? Okay.
Yeah, that's water content.
So that's scary. That's scary if you're paying, you're charging people with cancer to take that as a medicine, and it's not even working.
Well,
right?
You know what?
I know somebody who got an order of pills from somebody that was supposed to be just capsules full of nothing but pure, perfect Rick Simpson oil. And as soon as they got warmed up, they all exploded.
They exploded?
Yeah. The tops all popped off the capsules.
Oh my God.
Because
the alcohol vapors likely building up in their MSO.
Yeah, exactly what it was. The alcohol vapors blew up and blew the caps off.
Wow. So I guess that's how you tell you got a bad oil, huh?
Yeah.
Never happened to me in 7 years, and I fill my own gel capsules every day. Not every day, like I make 60 at a time, but that's never happened to me in 7 years. So I've got good oil, obviously. You know, my guy, he's a grower. He's seen, and he's a lot of passion in his, right?
Well, that's the thing. That's what you need.
That's exactly what you need. That's why I'm saying, reach out if you ever need any help. And I'm glad to help try to find you a source.
Yeah, if
Well,
you need
you know
help,
what?
reach out to her. Stop calling me.
You're going to be able to see her story unfold as we go along, because she's going to be doing a lot of going out and about for us. So you'll see what she's up to.
I'll be here.
And we've got to go, unfortunately.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, we're late.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
yeah. Ooh, 1 minute. Ooh.
We're in trouble,
Overtime. Oh boy.
Actually, that's usually you that gets mad at that.
Yeah.
Not anymore, because we don't have anybody in front of us, and it's not scheduled like it used to be.
Okay.
Oh, so we could be like Joe Rogan here and do a 3-hour show.
We used to do a 3-hour show. We used to do a 4-hour show, Marcel.
Oh my God.
Dude, do you remember when we did 420 coast
We
to
did
coast?
we did 24 hours around the clock, basically. Well, 12 anyways.
Yeah, we went from Newfoundland 420 to Nova Scotia's 420 to
Right through to
Ontario's
Vancouver.
420.
Holy smokes.
And
it was slow, arduous, and sometimes
I was
very
a dumbass
painful.
because I decided that each 420 I would smoke something different, and I started with rosin in Newfoundland.
Started with rosin. Yeah.
Yeah. So that kind of screwed me for the rest of the trip across the country.
Hey, Lenny.
Yes.
Before we go, throw a plug out for Optimus.
Why?
Why? Because we love you. He hates it when I do that. He doesn't like promoting himself. Is it .ca?
www, obviously, optimuscannabis.ca.
There you go. Check it out. It's one of the only actual medical cannabis dispensaries online, and you can ship across Canada now?
Yes, I can. Every province right now.
There you go.
Awesome.
So if you've got your ticket from a medical doctor somewhere and you want to check out some Lenny is a true believer in the medical cannabis. He chooses the strains himself, and he's very humble about it. So go visit Optimus Cannabis and get your medical cannabis.
That's awesome.
Because a lot of doctors make you choose a provider. You can choose
that's
Optimus.
that's more of kickbacks.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Yeah.
But anyways, and we gotta go. Say goodnight.
Okay, night. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
What else was I supposed to press here?
I don't know. I can hear you.
I know you can, because I had a fart, and now I don't know what to do here.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.